Hello guys. Hi. All right, we are playing Virche again today. Today specifically, I'm working on side stories because I know me. So the reason we're doing side stories is because if I don't do the side stories now and I do Ankou, I might not finish the side stories. I know myself so well. So yes, we're gonna be doing side stories specifically so that I can get through the rest of them. I've already written them all out. We have a total of, there's one that's locked, so I'm assuming that's an Ankou's route. We have a total of 9 to do, and if I get through all 9 of them, I'm gonna do a little bit of Ankou today, but I will be finishing it tomorrow because I don't think I'm gonna have enough time to do it all today. So that's the plan. And then once I finish that entirely, we will go back to Him, the Smell, and Bloom because I'm allowed to play up to chapter 8. I haven't even finished 1 to chapter 8 yet. For each of the 4 routes. So I want to play a little bit more of that before I get to Pio40. And Pio40, I'm going to be playing every weekend for a while. So I'm getting back to having like one stream at least a week. I keep wanting to do midweek streams, but it's going to probably be Zelda or Hello Kitty, which I did buy. I haven't gotten started yet. I'm wearing my lovely little city dress. I wish it had white in it, but like it's so cute. I love this dress. And I'm in the wrong window, so we're gonna get to the right one. But yeah, it's been a week. I've talked about this already in a program, and just to avoid getting behind, I'm not making myself stream or anything like that, so it's kind of getting me a little behind in stories, but I just want to make sure I'm in a good place. All right, it's gonna be this one. Already pre-did this, so these ones are actually gonna have a lot of pictures. I think there's 4 or 5 photos that we're gonna unlock in this. And then we'll see how that goes. I've messed with my sound, so if any of my sounds sound weird, please let me know. I was gonna start like an hour ago. I messed with my sounds. I messed with my camera. My camera was getting really pink on normal. I just remembered I didn't actually reset it. We'll worry about it later. If I start turning red, that is. But it's getting really pink on my normal settings, which it usually doesn't do. So I had to open Logitech G Hub, and that took like 15-20 minutes because it was downloading an update, and just like I was scrolling on my phone and kept looking up waiting to see if it'd be done, and it was not, so that took a little bit of time. So we're starting later than I planned, so we'll see if I get through all the side stories. That's my goal today, at the very least. All right, where are we? 4. But yeah, we're gonna have a lot of little things, and I'm slowly redoing my desk. You can't see what I've redone because it's hiding over here. I may take a photo of it. It's not done. So in my original room, I'm a stationery hoarder. I have 2 little things that have pens in it. Yesterday I was going through and hang on, I have my checklist over here. I was actually testing my pens and listening to Bob's Burgers. So I started writing down Bob's Burgers quotes as I was testing my pens, but like anything that didn't work I threw away. So I still have one more. I'm a hoarder. I have one more box of them to go through. So again, if you don't use your stationery, it does start to decay in a way, like it just stops working. So as a reminder, if you're like me and you like buying all of the stationery, if you're not actively using it, it's gonna stop working. All right, and we're in character now. Sheen, you were the first person to extend their hand to a person in the capsule who could no longer become a reliver. Even if it wasn't out of kindness, even if it was only for efficiency's sake. I look up to you from the bottom of my heart for being so straightforward when it comes to life and death. What is this? I chose to be by the side of the man who committed sins and refused to run away from them.
ほら、さっさとそのサンドイッチをよこせ。全自
Story.
動サンドイッチ供給機。
Am I not remembering? Actually, wait here. Let me fix. I think my camera's officially doing the thing I thought it was going to do. I thought it was. So it has this thing where it puts on auto something, and when it does the auto something, it makes me look like I'm in a microwave. We had a day where I didn't know what was going on, and it was doing it the whole time. So now hurry up and bring me that sandwich. Automatic sandwich dispenser. Oh, I missed it. I forgot our old nickname. Oh, no, it's doing it again. Weird. I guess I might have to mess with it again. Because that looks really dark. I can turn this up, at least. But I was messing with it because it was like, again, it looked really red in the background, like around me. Oh no, did I hit the wrong one? I totally did. My background was like really red. And I was like, my hair had like a red sheen to it. I don't even know what was happening earlier today. Have I been promoted from a maid to a sandwich dispenser? This is
そんな
flashbacks.
役職あってたまるか。
Like that would be considered a promotion. I guess you're right. That's old. I know that's old. It had been 2 days since I had been promoted to Sheen's personal sandwich dispenser. Sheen had opened his eyes from a nap before I finished calling out to him. Good morning. While you were sleeping, I finished putting away the equipment on the floor and prepared breakfast. I know you only just woke up, but would you like to eat some?
先に水分を取る。
I need a drink first. All right, I've already prepared some tea. I'll serve it to you right away. I poured tea into the cups I laid out before me. I got this. I'll keep it a bit warmer than usual so he can drink it right away. Here you are. There is plenty of tea, so please let me know if you need more. Sure. Yeah, whatever. Sheen grabbed the cup and chugged it all down in one gulp. I was about to take a step back, worried about bothering him as he drank his tea.
その白衣。
That coat. He gazed listlessly at the coat I had on that swayed about. Is something the matter? Wondering if it was dirty, I spun around to check myself over, but I couldn't find anything odd as far as I could tell.
それはお前にくれてやったものだな。
I gave that to you, didn't I? I mean, they designed this man. The moment I heard his question, I understood what he meant. Yes, you did. This is the coat you gave me before. It was a bit big for me, so I tucked it in so it would fit me better.
やはりか。そのまま着たところで支障はないだろうに。
I
わざ
thought
わざ
so.
面倒なことをするな。
You didn't have to bother with that. You could have worn it as is.
ダハトだって白衣を引きずりながらそのまま使っているだろう。
You know Dahat's always dragging his coat on the floor. Well, since I'm not conducting any research, I suppose it wouldn't be an issue if it were still long. But it's something I received directly from you. I thought I should take care of it.
ただの消耗品にくだらんな。
It's just a disposable item, ridiculous. As he spoke, Sheen stretched his body.
まあお前が器用なことは認めよう。だからこそ雑用係に選んだのだからな。
My camera's frozen. Is it still frozen? Am I frozen? That was weird. That was a bad moment. He said stretched his body this morning. So we went to I think it was goth night. I have no clue what it was. A thing last night, and we danced. We had fun. It was a great time. And then this morning I was stretching myself awake and my calves started to like literally contract, and like I was like, never mind, I'll need a stretch. My toes still hurt. I can acknowledge that you know how to adapt. That's why I Interesting. It said to consider turning down my videos. I wonder if something's wrong with my computer right now. I only have one window open. I only have one window open here. I know earlier it was acting like I already had OBS open, so I wonder if OBS is having an issue. We'll find out. I suppose I can acknowledge that you know how to adapt. That's why I chose you to be a maid after all. Thank you. That surprised me. I'm gonna, just in caseies, open it on here just so I can accept. Thank you. I just want to keep an eye on it because it's been acting kind of funky and make sure it doesn't crash randomly. All right. I didn't think he'd call me out for tucking in my coat. Okay, I got really worried there for a second. The puzzle, that's right. I wanted to see that puzzle completed, so I'd like to stay here until the puzzle's done. Am I freezing? I'm just trying to make sure. It did it again. Encoding overload. Consider turning down video settings. How are my video settings so high now? This is nothing different. I wonder if it's like my actual internet. That day, Sheen, who smiled just like this, just the slightest bit, I think he's changed a lot. Not so much that he hasn't taken an interest in me, but he's watching over me to make sure that I have everything I need to be able to complete my duties. Although I'd be embarrassed to find out that I was only being conceited.
まあ、その白衣はもうお前の所有物だ。詰めるなり捨てるなり好きにしろ。
The coat is your property now, so I guess you can wear it or toss it out as you
ただ
please.
し同じものは二度とやらん。
Just know that I won't get you another. You're trapped with it. Oh goodness. I'll be careful not to tear it.
物好きだな。
What a strange girl.
なんだ
What? He must have noticed I was looking at him as he returned a pointed look at me. Well, I was just wondering what you might call me next after automated sandwich dispenser. As I smiled, Sheen's face looked increasingly puzzled.
呼び名が変わった程度で一喜一憂するとは、お前も単純な女だな。
You're a simple woman being overjoyed at every new name I give
だ
you.
が
However, he reached a hand towards me. We got it. This is the OG. This we've seen already. This isn't new. What's
そん
happening?
なことで笑う暇があるのなら、せいぜい俺の邪魔をしてくれるなよ。
Is this all just retell? If you have time to smile like that, just be sure you don't get in my way. Ah, what a soft touch. The fingers he used to manipulate all his data brushed across my forehead. What a weird sentence.
わきまえているお前のことだ。
You know your
よほどのこと
place.
がない限り、俺を失望させることはないだろうがな。
As long as you don't do anything extreme, I'm sure you won't disappoint me. He was close. He was so close right now.
故障の変更がお前の労働意欲につながるのなら、変えてやっても構わんが。
If giving you a nickname motivates you to work harder, I suppose I can give you a new one.
俺は実績のない相手に報酬はやらん。呼んで欲しければ。
But I don't give any
Caesar, how do you-
rewards to anyone who hasn't earned them. If you want me to call you something, you better work for it. Sheen?
返事はどう
Well, right. I'll do my very best to
そ
support
れ
you.
でいい。
That's what I wanted to hear. I knew it. Hearing your words is somehow comforting to me.
ん
They're always so straightforward and really get to the essence of things and their places. I feel like it's really helps me understand who
そ
I
の
am.
理論だと、お前の存在意義は俺にサンドイッチを供給することのみになるが。
If you follow that theory, then your purpose for existing is to supply sandwiches to me, you know? Right. But I feel like that's fine right now. While I'm here at the Institute, my job is to support you,
ふ
Sheen.
ん。お前の物好きも極まったな。
Restraint just really knows no bounds. Thanks. With one more sigh, Sheen finished drinking the tea and headed towards one of the desks he used for research. He sat on one of the chairs and turned towards the data displayed in front of him.
うん。
His eyes stayed fixed forward while his hands pointed towards me. Right away. I knew immediately what he meant, and as I approached him, the item I knew I clearly needed to hand him were the sandwiches I made for him to eat. After being handed one, Sheen immediately brought it to his mouth.
しばらくは全自動サンドイッチ供給機のままでいいな。
For a while, you'll remain an automatic sandwich dispenser. I suppose that's true. I'm quite fond of that name as well. and he calmly let me know just how convenient I was to him. That wasn't a new CG. So... Or is it not? Is it new? That looked like the old CG. Or is it like one they used during the preview for this game? Hang on. I'll get to the bottom of this. I have my ways. Yeah, great. I remember that. Oh gosh, what a world we lived in. Lucas. We do Sheen. Sheen. Nope, that's Mathis's story. We did Sheen after Mathis. It's fine. Why is this so bad? I guess it is new, because this is the first one, and this is when we find out he's a monster. Yep, I guess it's true. It is new. Okay, maybe it's just one they used for the promotion so much that it felt old. Or was I wrong? No, it doesn't have that one marked. It said unread. I need you out of my way. And my desk is too full for that right now, so we're gonna go over there. Alright. Well, I keep getting encoding errors. I really am concerned by this. Alright. What video setting? My video setting shouldn't be high. Which video is it talking about? Hang on. Like, this is fine. This is my normal settings. What is happening? What's weird is it's freezing, but I'm not seeing anything else freeze. I don't know why it's doing this. I don't know why I keep saying that. I don't know if you're seeing any glitching or anything weird. My stream's acting fine, but I keep getting encoding notes on here, so we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. If the side stories don't make it to YouTube, you know why. Let me just make sure there's not necessary things randomly open on my computer. They're literally... Close this, maybe. My cam seems to be glitching. Yeah, I don't know why. It keeps saying I have encoding errors. But is the video also glitching, or is it just my camera? Because if it's just my camera, I could try unplugging it and plugging it back in. As the world does. I closed G-Hub just in case that was causing issues. That's normal, that's normal. Also, hi! Hello! Let me see. I'm gonna turn my camera off for a second so that I can unplug the camera. And then we'll start this story, which is a Dolph's little story. Give me 1 second. What's weird is it's still giving me the same pop-up. Oh no. Well, plot twist. I might have just frozen it. It might be fine. Let's see. Activate. Okay. My hair's all messy now because I climbed underneath my desk. But hey. We'll see. I keep just getting encoding warnings, and I don't know why, because I'm not doing anything different than normal. Like, this is... I even have less windows open than normal. Wee. Listen, if I make funny faces and it gets stuck, whatever. It's fine. Like, I don't know what I can change. Like, I really don't. I don't know if OBS just hates me. Maybe OBS needs an update. I don't know. It just keeps saying encoding error, encoding error, encoding error. And to be clear, I turned my computer off yesterday, so it like did a full reset yesterday. Like, I turned it on just to stream, so I don't know. I don't know what I did wrong. I keep trying to fix things and things break. I literally don't know what I did. Anyways, back onto this story. I'm just gonna change the start time since I actually didn't really start it earlier. And if my camera glitches, it's gonna glitch. It's fine. I don't know how to fix it at this point. I've done all the things I could think of. The Marche in Cohen was lively as always. Normally, everyone went silent the moment the death stepped foot into it. But today, there were just so many people that I was able to get by without standing out. It keeps saying turning down video settings. I really don't know. I'll do a diagnostics tomorrow. We're just gonna chalk it up to dramatic effects from OBS. Yeah, basically. Like, I feel like every time I fix something, something else breaks. And I don't know why. Like, how many times have I played Otome games at this point with the same exact camera, with the same exact OBS and 4K capture video? I don't know why it's different. Although I will say some things have been changing, and I don't know if maybe that's what the problem is. Some stuff has been doing updates recently. A good example is Twitch. Maybe it's even Twitch. Like, Twitch did an update recently, and when I was opening the stuff I usually open, they were like different sizes and different things, and I couldn't fix them. So, alright, here's your goods. Thank you very much. I'll share these with the children. I was in the middle of shopping for dinner and managed to get the vegetables I needed. Are you frozen? Am I the problem? Did I press the button? They were cheaper than usual, so I brought a bit more than I normally do. Maybe I should suggest to Mother something with a lot of vegetables tonight. Leah? That voice. I heard my name and looked back. The owner of that voice was, of course, Adolphe. My dear foster brother, Adolphe, who I later married, who lived away from the orphanage now. So it was you. You're here alone at the Marche? Yeah, we didn't have quite enough ingredients for dinner tonight. I also don't know if this is foreshadowing. I was possibly going to stream Fortnite tomorrow because, I don't know. I haven't played it yet. I have skins. And the last time I played Fortnite with my sister on my Switch, specifically, it was terrible. It was terrible. It looked so bad. Everything was loading so slow. So picturing that while streaming, I have some concerns. There's some moderate concerns about it. I don't really want you going out on your own too much. First off, I'm an adult. I'm like an age. I forgot how old she is. I know literally nothing about this game except what happened in the last 15 minutes. Really? You haven't? Okay, so well, this specifically is the fan disc. So this is actually a sequel to the original story. And what I'm specifically playing right now are little side stories, so little snippets. I like this man. He's a gorgeous design. In the original game, he's considered the true ending, so he's like the cover poster boy for the original game. Oddly enough, he's not that for the new game because fan favorites changed. Who knows when some unreasonable mob will start screaming at you again. I can't keep relying on Mother to do the shopping every time, right? I'm fine. The merchant sold me what I needed. Everyone was nice. Considering my past, no one could blame anyone for screaming at me not to get near them. Adolphe, since you're out here, how about you stay at the orphanage for the night? Mother has also wanted to see you since it's been so long.
そうだな。
True. Would it be difficult today? Do you have to work at the corpse?
いや、問題ない。今日の仕事は全部終わった。
No, it's fine. I'm done with all my work for today.
だから泊まるのは全く問題ないんだが。
So there's no problem for me to stay over, but... Adolphe hesitated to finish as he looked about to see if anyone he knew was
ど
around.
うせ泊まるなら、お前のシチューが食いたい。
If I do stay over, I want to have your
手間
stew.
をかけるが、作ってくれるか。
I know I'm causing you more trouble, but would you make it? That's his favorite food, by the way, is her stew, which is great. He mumbled it in his embarrassment in a fairly quieted voice. There's nothing to be embarrassed about. I felt that this side of Adolphe was so adorable. If you're all right with my cooking, I'd be glad to. Should we get back then to our home?
なあ、
Yeah, let's call it our home. We walked alongside each other at a distance. Appropriate as siblings, not too far, not too close. Wink, 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 wink. We're siblings. We're not related by blood, but I still wasn't used to going out. And like Adolphe said, I was afraid of people's stares and whispers, but it's because I was out that I happened to run into Adolphe. I wanted to hold precious this little bit of happiness born from my courage and a little luck. We have to troubleshoot OBS all over again. It was an hour before I started my stream of just me troubleshooting stuff. And then this happens. I got back to the front of the orphanage with Adolphe. I don't know how to turn down Kayla from Love and Deep Space Vibe. So fun fact, I haven't played Love and Deep Space. If I asked my sister, she would know the answer. She does play Love and Deep Space. But probably. It seems like all the children were outside playing as I heard lively, energetic voices coming from the yard.
これで全部か？
Is this everything? I wonder if I lit... Is it the camera? Is it the camera? Is it the video? What's overloading you? Why? Why are you overloaded? Yes, thank you. I'm sorry I made you carry it all.
適材適所だ。気にするな。
I'm afraid to open Task Manager. That'd probably just crash everything, right? Right? Is my video broken? Because I can hear music, but the thing's not doing it. I was the right one for the job. Don't worry about it.
あら、アドルフ、帰ってきていたのね。
Dolph, I didn't know you were here. I was about to open the door when Mother opened it for us from inside.
久しぶりだな、マム。
I know my
連絡もな
sister's
しに
been
悪い。
talking about the new character that showed up that was like her old coworker or something like that. Like they were training together and she thought he died, presumed dead or something like that. It's been a while, Mother. Sorry to come over unannounced.
あなたならいつでも大歓迎よ。
You're welcome here
買い出
anytime.
し中のこの子と偶然会ったのかしら。よかったらこのまま泊まっていったらどう？
Did you happen to come across Leah while she was out shopping? Would you like to stay over for the night?
そのつもりだ。
That's the plan. Mother, is it alright if I prepare Adolph's dinner for him?
もちろんよ。でもそこにもう一人。私の分も お願いできるかしら。
Okay, but in that case, can I ask you to make some for me too? Sure. After getting Mother's approval, I stepped through the doorway. Rather than ushering Adolphe in as a guest, I looked at the gentle expression on his face and said, "Welcome home, Adolphe."
ああ、ただいま。
Yeah, good to be back, his little blushy face. I welcomed him back as a family. As family, not a family.
やっぱりお前が作るシチューはうまい。つい何杯もおかわりしちまった。
Dang, mom is gorgeous. Yeah. Yes, I love our mom. Our mom is great. She also so in this game there's a thing called relivers. Those are people who are going to die. Everybody dies at the same age-ish, 23, something like that. Unless you become a reliver, which is where you basically get your memories put into a robot version of yourself, but it's got flesh and bones and it can still die the same way a human can. So is it a robot? And our mom is one of those. But when you become a reliver, you get a tattoo, and her tattoo's on her chest. So, and you see it when she wears her nightgown. And it's a great time. I like it. The stew you made is as delicious as always. I ended up having several bowls. The three of us finished our dinner, and while Mother was putting the children to sleep, Adolphe volunteered to help me out with some of the chores and began washing the dishes. When you eat a lot, it makes me want to cook that much more. I was folding the laundry not too far away. I'll just separate what the children need to wear tomorrow from what I need to put away. Then suddenly, I saw Adolphe's jacket fall to the floor from the chair it hung on. Oh no! I hurried to pick it up and dusted it off. As far as I could tell, it hadn't gotten dirty or wrinkled, but there's a loose thread here. Because it was rough nature of the corpse work, Adolphe had a lot of opportunities to mend the other members' uniforms. I found it troubling that he would neglect his own uniform because he didn't consider it a big deal. He's here to stay the night. I'll take this opportunity to fix it. I headed off to get my sewing kit and mend his clothes back to their original state. Are you done folding the laundry? A snip here and there. I stitched back the frayed section that needed fixing. I couldn't stop at just fixing it. I had to make sure it didn't slip again. Split is what I
悪い
said.
な。気を使わせたか。
Sorry to make you do that work. After I had finished a portion of the work, Adolphe finished the dishes and sat in the chair next to me. I wanted to, so don't worry about it. Actually, I hoped you would be more considerate about these things. If you aren't good at sewing, you could bring your clothes over anytime and I'll gladly fix
お
them.
前にも仕事があるんだ。さすがに毎回は無理だろ。
You have your own work you need to take care of. I can't ask you every single time this happens. If it's to fix the clothes that protect your life, I'll make as much time as I need.
お前は俺に対しては強気なところがあるよな。
You know, you really act tough when it's me you're dealing with. Adolphe smiled as he put his elbow on the table to hold up his chin. As he continued to watch me as I continued my sewing. What is it, Adolphe? This wasn't the first time I had mended his clothes. That was why I was curious about the way he was staring at me.
相変わらず器用なもんだと思ってな。
I was just thinking about how good you've always been with your hands.
お前なら将来いい嫁になりそうだ。
Oh, wait. Is my video weird? Hang on. Everything's gonna act weirder for just a second. This isn't center like it should be. Or is it as center as it can get? I don't know. That's weird. Hey, yo, I know, right? Interesting. I'm gonna have to mess with this too. Everything's messed up. What the heck? My video's not right. I was like, wait a second, the top's cut off. I'm sure you'll make a good wife in the future. He mumbled in a tone as if he were talking to himself. Wife? Wife, sir. Sir, be real with yourself. My hand suddenly stopped as I heard that unexpected word. What's this all of a sudden?
お前を見ていたら、なんとなくそう思ったんだ。
I just had the thought, oh, watching you right now.
深い意味はないから、気にするな。
I don't mean anything by it, so don't worry. What do you mean? That really surprised me. I thought for a moment that was just trying. What was that? I thought for a moment that he was trying to ask in a roundabout way if I had a boyfriend or something. I picked my focus back up and resumed my sewing. A wife, huh? An arpachel, where pure love was not a popularly supported notion. There weren't many who aspired to become a bride apart from young children. The other day, one of the children told Lucas that she wanted to be a bride someday. To him, specifically? When she grows up, it would be nice if she met a man who truly loved her. Perhaps because I was lost in such thought. Oh. I felt a sharp pain in one of my fingers.
どうした?
What happened? I'm turning into a vampire. By the time Adolphe looked at my hands in surprise, a small bead of red rose. Sorry, I read it as rose the flower. I'm like, red rose. Up in front of my fingertip. I just pricked my finger. It's really nothing. I was about to say I was all right. Okay, this one I know they've showed in advance without making it to those last words. Adolphe's soft lips brushed against my fingertip. He's the vampire now. My head was completely blank at the sudden turn of events. Adolphe? What just... My finger. Adolphe's lips, they touched it? So weird. Swallowing down the reality of what just happened, my cheeks flushed red with heat. However, my brother in front of me didn't seem disturbed at all. Please stop.
悪い。お前がガキだった頃の癖で。
Force of habit from when we were kids. Yeah, I remember crying to you when I accidentally pricked myself while sewing. Bad, yeah. Every time that happened, Adolphe would kiss the spot where it hurt in the same way. It's a precious memory of mine. Is it? Is it specifically? But having that done as an adult is a bit embarrassing. I could feel my pulse through my fingers as if it were my own heart. I managed to get by without Adolphe noticing my bounding pulse or the red in my cheeks. I think you'll be a good husband in the future too. I looked away from him as I tried changing the subject.
何の話だ?
Husband, what are you talking about? You were talking about it right before I pricked myself. You said I would be a good wife, remember? But in my eyes, I think you'd make a much better husband. You're strong and reliable, and you take it upon yourself to help with the chores. And above all, you're just so kind. Even now, you're worrying about such a little injury.
それは相手がお前だからだ。
That's because you're the one who's hurt.
今のところ他の誰かと結婚するつもりも予定もねえよ。
At this moment, I have no plans of getting married to anyone. Who knows about the future, though? Oh. After seeing that my bleeding had stopped, Adolphe gently moved my finger away from his lips. Okay, but was he kissing it or was he sucking on it? Because that's different. I wonder what sort of woman you might end up marrying.
その話まだ続くのか?
Are we still talking about this? Well, I can't help but be curious. She'll become my sister-in-law. But Adolphe marrying someone? I wonder why just imagining it makes me feel a bit sad and lonely. I still didn't understand the reason for the pain in my chest. Oblivious to what I was feeling, Adolphe had an annoyed look on his face.
強いて言うならうまいシチューが作れる女がいい。
If I had a preference, it'd be a woman who can cook a really good stew and voice a unique and peculiar condition for his future wife. She's like, I can cook a good stew. Wait. Dun 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 dun. Alright. Perseverance. Precipitation. Persecution. Something like that. Alright. A bridge to the future. We're doing it. We're doing it, Mr. Krabs. aggression.
本当はもっと君と早く出会いたかった。
My prince, my beautiful prince.
背負う業に苦
I
し
didn't
む
even read
君
his
へと
text because I was
手
so
を差
distracted
し
by
伸べ
beauty.
たかった。
This is a flashback as well. It's fine. To be honest, I wanted to meet you much sooner. I wanted to extend my hand to you to save you from your
生
suffering.
まれてきてくれてありがとう。
Thank you for being born into this world.
生きることを諦めないでいてくれて
Thank you for not giving up on life.
本当にありがとう。
Thank you so very much. The kind watchman of death who came to me. He gave me a reassurance of my right to live as any other human. I was sure I would never forget this even after I died. The plan I had been taking part in with Eves and the others to catch Barreau. What's happening? Wait, what? In the end, it ended in failure, and after a number of them appeared, I managed to escape though just barely. It was only Barreau who was it wasn't only Barreau who was chasing after me. Oh my gosh, I can speak so good. Like, I know so many words, like over 100. I don't know why I'm struggling so hard. It wasn't only Barreau who was chasing after me. ... Mother who seemed possessed by something as well. After escaping my pursuers, I came across the cave Ankou used as his base in this world. It was planned that we would meet here with the Dolph who had fallen unconscious back then. What happened? So the problem with these little after stories is I'm trying to remember what the heck was going on. So in the Ankou verse ending, shoot, a lot happens. But she also learns that her son is actually not dead. Well, I don't know. When you become a reliver, are you really alive? So I don't know. I conversed with Ankou in the flower field near the mouth of the cave. He took one of the proudly blossoming lycorises and swiftly put it in his mouth. Oh no, this didn't happen in the original. Oh snap, this is new. The next moment he dropped a dagger. A doll's dagger. Ankou, why do you have that? Ah. You're not carrying it all this time since the night I dropped it, Ankou?
ああ、だが今の今まですっかり忘れていたよ。
Yes, I completely forgot about returning it to him. I'll return it to Adolf for...
いや、これは後で私から彼に返しておこう。
No, I'll return it to him. Why? Why you?
実はこの探検を拾った後、時間を持て余していたのもあって、刀身を観察していたのだが、
After holding on to it for some time, I began observing the blade out of curiosity
う
and...
っかり岩の上に落として刃の一部を小さく描いてしまったんだ。
It seems it was then that I accidentally dropped it on some rocks and chipped the blade. Huh? You used it to kill yourself. Calm down.
なので彼には直してから返したい。どうかそれまでは姫君も内密にしてくれないだろうか。
I want to return to it after I get it fixed. Repair it. Until then, can you keep this a secret, dear princess? Huh. Sure, but get it fixed soon and return it to him, okay?
もちろんだとも。協力感謝するよ、姫君。
So since you said you don't know the story, this character right now, Ankou, is actually Adolf from the future after being tested on, which resulted in his chromosomes changing, which is why he doesn't look like Adolf anymore. So that's the secret. The blade's actually his blade, not the Adolf from this universe, which is why he's like, ha, I broke it, it's fine. I appreciate your cooperation. This actually did happen, so that actually still is not new information. So what happened after we had that conversation? It was a beautiful view that only he and I could see. Later that night, after making the small promise between the two of us, we waited for Adolph's return at the middle of the flower field. However, what we heard wasn't footsteps, but the sound of dripping water that came falling on my nose. What? Why would you specifically say nose? It seems like it's starting to rain. I hope Adolph is alright.
彼なら心配いらないだろう。丈夫さだけが取り柄のような男だからね。
There's also like a little fun thing. So Adolph, he has this little ribbon that he always has on his wrist, and that ribbon is from his jacket that he wears when he's a corpse member. And then his hair is that same ribbon. That's like it's the little nuances that you realize later on. I can't remember how early on I started thinking that it might be the same person, but I also was like, it can't be. They look completely different. But that's how they justified them looking different. Was he's been experimented on, and it changed his DNA, which changed his hair. I don't know if they would say it changed his hair. He's technically really, really old, so his hair could just be gray. But it changed his facial features, and his eye color changed from yellow to red. You needn't worry about him. The only redeeming factor about him is how tough he is.
それより、君が風邪をひくといけない。洞窟の中に戻るとしよう。
More importantly, you mustn't catch a cold. Let us return to the cave. Right. Though I was reluctant to head back, Ankou pulled me along as we walked. I thought I was walking fairly quickly, but the rain caught up to us. And that now the rain really started pouring, getting my hair wet.
姫君、こちらへ。
Perfect. Please come here. Yes. Ankou raised his arms in a gesture to keep me covered.
傘代わりとしては頼りないが、洞窟はすぐそこだからね。すまないが、これで我慢しておくれ。
I'm not quite as reliable as an umbrella, but the cave is nearby. I apologize, but please bear with me a moment. Thank you very much, but I'm sure you must be
こ
cold
の
too.
程度大したことはない。冥界の方がよほど冷たい風が吹いているよ。
This is nothing. The winds of Hades blow far more coldly than this. Apparently, the Watchman of Death didn't catch any colds. No, not when shaking into the cold under the rain. Ankou continued to keep me covered. Is Ankou a separate route from Adolph despite that? In the original game, no. They were the same route. It just converged. And there was also some neat little things where like the pictures would be kind of a little similar. So like there's this moment where she's brushing Adolph's hair with her hands, and then that scene where Ankou's holding her wrist and her hands in his face, it's the same kind of thing. Sadly, in the original game, you don't end up with Ankou no matter any routes or choices you make. There's not an Ankou route exactly. It's just Adolph's route is the story of Ankou at the same time. But they changed it for this, so we'll see what happens. Not even shaking in the cold under the rain, Ankou continued to keep me covered. So strong, so resilient. After taking cover in the cave, the sound of rain left us. Fortunately, because Ankou kept me covered, only a part of my hair had gotten wet. Interesting. It is. It's disappointing, but interesting. Because I love Ankou. The moment they showed him in the original game, I was like, oh yes, his look, his voice, everything was great. And then he didn't have an ending. This man wanted this girl to have a life. Like, that's all he ever wanted. That's how much he loves her. And I'm like, dang. Fortunately, because Ankou kept me covered, only a part of my hair had gotten wet.
この強さでは明け方まで降り続きそうだね。
Considering how strong it is, I imagine it won't let up until
姫
morning.
君、寒くはないかい？
Princess, are you sure you're not cold? I'm fine. Thank you for keeping me covered. Look at this man. Look at this beautiful man. Just everything about him. And right after I spoke, achoo! I sneezed immediately afterwards, which made me feel like a fool. Sorry.
恥ずかしがることはない。実に愛らしい仕草じゃないか。
Nothing to be embarrassed about. That was quite adorable, in fact.
とはいえ、
Thanks, I faked
体
it.
調を崩す前兆を放ってはおけない。今日はもう休みたまえ、姫君。
That said, we can't ignore any signs of you possibly getting sick. Please rest for today, Princess. With that, Ankou lifted up the bed sheets. Oh no, I can't fall asleep while I'm waiting for Adolf to get back.
夜明け直後、またブローに見つからないとも限らない。
There's no promising that we won't be found again by Barreau. Come dawn. I don't know how I lost my
明日
spot,
に
but I
備
did.
え、体力を温存するのも大切ではないかな。
I think it would be wise to conserve your strength for tomorrow, don't you think? You're pretty good at convincing me to do things, Ankou.
君の同胞として当然のことだよ。
It's only natural as your partner. Urged on by Ankou, I slowly sat on the bedding.
未熟者が来たらすぐに起こしてあげよう。安心しておやすみ。
When the young ones arrive, I'll wake you right away, so please sleep at ease. He gently pushed me down to lie down. You promise? Please don't focus on fighting with him and forget to wake me.
肝に銘じておこ
I swear on my body and soul. Ankou put his palm over my eyes, obstructing my vision. Though his hand was a bit cold, I felt a faint warmth that was still comforting and lulled me to sleep. He's just doing that. Before long, I slowly fell into a slumber. But why? Ankou! There was always meetings and partings with the rain. It was also in the rain when I took in Leah, who stumbled my way crying with nowhere else to go. Mistaking me for death, the young girl looked as if I would offer her salvation, and I just felt so sorry for her. There's their first introduction. I was reluctant to do so. I brought her into my base of operations. However, after seeing Leah live on as my little sister in admiration of me, I'm waiting for the sound to come back because it's acting like it's gone. Please? I could be proud now of my decision, knowing it was no mistake. I felt so much joy from gaining one more thing to take care
う。
of.
もう二度と雨の中で一人泣かせたりはしないと。
I promised back then that I'd never leave you alone in the
あの
rain,
時そう誓ったはずなのに。
crying all alone. I broke that promise so easily. I let Leah die alone in the rain. So again, this is the original. So this is Adolf in a different universe where Leah Cirrus dies because she takes her own life because she's considered a curse. So she's so sad because what's the right word for this? Because someone died and she blamed herself. So many people have died as a result for her being around them. She's not like murdering people, but she blames herself. So she kills herself in this universe, which Adolf goes on living in this universe. They realize that he can live past the age of 23 because he's not from the country. They turn him into an experiment. They keep him for a long time. And then they rescue him. They've invented time travel at this point. So he goes back in time, but unfortunately he goes too far back. And he's like there like a couple hundred years before she is born. So he's a few hundred years old. And this is like his last meeting with her before he does it.
寂しかっただろう。寒かっただろう。
This backstory is so Caleb coded, it's crazy. Well, then Caleb stole this story because this story is technically at this point like 4 years old. And I'm pretty sure, like, I know for a fact that I played this game before that game released. I don't know if that game released anywhere else before it came like to the phones here. It must have felt so lonely. You must have been so cold, unable to share any of what Leah had felt. I gave her a kiss that was far too late. It was so empty. Her lips, beaten under the rain, felt so terribly cold. That was why whenever I saw the pouring rain, I remembered Leah and felt uneasy. I wonder if these memories would ever take another form. Hey, you know? It's a wild world. I'll believe it. They have borrowed lines before. I mean, this was a very popular game. This is probably one of the more popular Otome games that released when this one came out. A lot of the people who started watching my channel was because of this game. So I had like a very spike because of this game specifically. So I would imagine if they were going to steal from a different Otome story, why not steal from the most popular storyline in a very popular Otome game? Hear me out. I woke up from the faraway sound of rain. I saw that it was almost dawn. The cave felt a bit damp, which told me that the rain was still falling even without the sound. The rain doesn't seem to be letting up, Ankou. Is Ankou crying somewhere? Where is he? Huh? He should have been sleeping beside me, but he wasn't there. I looked around the entrance, but he didn't seem to be around. Is he outside eating lycorises in this weather? He did say that the Watchman of Death didn't feel any cold. But I bet he looks great in the rain. Ankou let me know that it was okay for me to be alive. The look on his face back then seemed so happy and yet sad. I just couldn't help but let him be. I got down from the bed and prepared some towels so he could dry off as soon as he got back. After doing so, Ankou, I left the cave to look for him. Just a couple towels, we got this. I carefully made my way through the rain-soaked fields of flowers, trying not to fall, and found the Watchman of Death standing in an open part of the field. Paying no mind to getting drenched in the rain, he simply looked up towards the gray sky. Maybe he was thinking of something. While I felt I shouldn't just call out to him. Ankou. I slowly stood beside him.
姫君、君がなぜここに?
Princess, what are you doing here? I couldn't find you, so I came out to look for you.
そうか、心配させてしまったようだね。
I see. I must have
私の
made
こ
you
となら
worry.
心配いらないよ。
There's no need for such concern towards me.
風邪をひいてしまってはいけない。早く洞窟の中に戻りなさい。
You mustn't catch a cold. Please head back to the cave. Even if I do, you intend to stay here, right?
ああ、少し外で考え事をしたい気分でね。
Yes, I wish to do some thinking out here. In that case, I'll stay too. I saw Ankou's surprised expression as I adjusted myself into a position to stay there for a while. She's like, I just had to, since Ankou looks so sad looking up at the rain. I don't want to leave him alone like this. That's all I wanted.
姫君。
Princess. Ankou reached his hand out to me to try and persuade me to go back. It's nice to look up into the sky like this when it's raining, isn't it? Before he could reach me, I reached out to him first and took his hand. It feels so lonely that I can't sleep without you there. I'll warm myself up as soon as we get back, so if it's alright if I stay here for a moment. Ankou's hand was tight with surprise, but...
ありがとう。
Thank you. I felt him relax just a little. I stood there for a while being beaten by the rain with Ankou. It's a weird sentence. It just did like back-to-back encoding errors on my screen. Alright, but eventually the rain weakened and the color of Arpachel sky began to lighten with daybreak.
そろそろ戻ろう。あの未熟者が合流するかもしれない。
Let's head back. The young ones might be there to meet us. Right. Ankou relaxed his hand to let go of mine, but just then, Ankou! I just happened to glance up at the sky and stopped him, pulling at his hand.
どうしたんだい姫君。君がそんなに大声を上げるとは珍しい。
Whatever's the matter, princess? It's unusual for you to shout like that. Look up at the sky, it's so pretty. Is it a rainbow? The Watchman of Death gazed, moved up towards Arpachel's sky, and there... It's a rainbow! A rainbow bridge decorated the dawn. A rainbow at dawn.
虹。まさかこの場所で見られるとは。
I never thought I'd see anything like that from here. Ankou sighed with emotion as he looked up at the sky. Me neither. This is the first time I've ever seen such a beautiful rainbow. I couldn't help but exclaim aloud like a child because it was so beautiful. This angle, these hips, yo. I then turned to look at the side of his face as he stood speechless beside me. I'm glad I stayed here with you. Because of that, I was able to see such a beautiful view. She's like, and I'm not talking about the rainbow. Thank you so much, Ankou. He gave me a small smile in response to my simple, innocent
礼を
comment.
言うのは私の方だよ。
Is it I who should be thanking you?
この光景を一人で見ても、長き時を生きてきた私の心は動かされなかっただろう。
If I had saw the same sight alone, I would not have been so moved as I am right now, after having lived so
ひた
very
すら
long.
に美しいと感じることができたのは
I was able to feel it was so beautiful
姫君。君が隣にいてくれたおかげだ。
because you were here beside me, princess.
私はこの景色を他でもない君と見られたことが
The happiest thing about this sight is
何よ
that
りも
I
嬉しい。
was able to see it with you. He grasped my hand that was about to let go of him and looked up at the beautiful dawn
ありが
sky.
と
Thank you,
う。
Leah.
君と共にこの景色を見ることができてよかった。
I'm so glad I was able to see this view with
こ
you.
の雨の記憶は間違いなく私にとって
The memory of the rain this
忘
morning,
れたくないと願う
will
大
be
切な思い出だよ。
a precious memory I hope to never forget. Mm. Okay, Ankou continues to be my favorite. I never change. Oh yeah, this one's gonna be about the mom. That's exciting. Okay. Boop, boop, boop. Alright, let's see. 05. I went through this again just to save time and wrote down, because I always put in the chapter names and wrote out all the chapter names in advance so I didn't have to like copy them as I played today. Ha 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 ha. I was prepared for side stories. It was 7 years ago today. This is the story of the girl called Death, whom Adolphe took in and protected, and how she came to call me mother. As the children played in the yard, I walked around the orphanage to check for suspicious people or any signs of building damage. And there, not too far behind, a tiny figure followed after me, hiding behind various shelves and columns. At least it seemed that she thought she was hiding.
あの子の金髪は目立つから隠れてもすぐに見つかるのよね。
Leah's blonde hair is easy to spot when she's hiding. The question was why she would hide like that. I knew she had a fondness for Adolphe, who possessed a resistance against the curse. But today she was away from him, sneaking silently in my
鳥の
footsteps.
ひなみたいで可愛いわ。
She's like an adorable baby bird. But if I were to try and call out to her, I knew she would give a scared little chirp and run
何
away.
か相談事があるのかしら。
I
でも
wonder
話しかけづらくて困ってるとか
if she wants to talk about something. Perhaps it's something that's difficult to discuss. Leah seemed to be shy around people to begin with.
それなら私の方が話しかけやすい空気を作ってあげないと。
I need to be the one to make it easier for her to come to talk to me. With that decided, although it was a bit early, I headed towards the kitchen and began making lunch for the children.
よいしょっと。
There we go. I made sure I expressed just how much in a good mood I was enjoying my cooking. I'm like, wow. And just as I expected, Leah slowly came out from under the table where she was hiding. She tugged on the sleeve of my dress as I was mixing some eggs. I'll help. And asked to participate in a quiet murmur. Her voice practically vanished in the noise around her, but I managed to pick it up.
あら、お料理を手伝ってくれるの？
Oh, are you gonna help me cook? Leah shyly gave me a quick nod. Adolf helps you a lot. I wanna help you too.
そう、嬉しいわ。それなら、
Oh, that makes me so happy. In that case, I had heard that she looked after some young children at her previous orphanage, even cooking at
一
times.
緒にオムレツを焼いてくれるかしら。私、どうしてもそれだけはうまく作れないのよ。
Would you mind making omelets with me? I just can't seem to get them right myself. It wasn't exactly a lie, since they always fell apart. Then, okay. Leah nodded, seemingly happy to be able to help.
まあ、すごい。
How amazing!
こんなに綺麗に焼けたオムレツ、初めて見たわ。
I've never seen an omelet cooked so beautifully
あな
before.
た、本当にお料理が上手なのね。
Leah, you really are good at cooking. Leah bashfully looked down at the floor in response to my praise. I just wanted to see how she would do and asked her to cook just one dish. They keep complimenting me, by the way. They're like, oh, you're doing so good. And I'm like, shut up. What is the age difference between Adolf and the MC? Okay, so... I believe his real age was like 26. I think. And she's 18. So about 8 years. But because everyone dies at the age of 23 in this universe, he lies about his age. I just wanted to see how she would do and asked her to cook just one dish, but it felt as though she truly did enjoy herself while cooking.
こんなことなら全員分作ってもらえばよかったわ。
If that was the case, I should have just asked her to make everyone else's shares too. I'll ask her to try the next time I have a chance. Oh, but maybe no one wants to eat food by death.
それじゃあ、いただきます。
Alright, then I'll enjoy it. I brought a spoonful to my mouth and an absolute delicious flavor spread through it.
本当に美味しい。
Questionable, but
見た目だけじゃなくて味も素晴らしいなんて。
questionable, but the way they wrote her in this scene, she's like 10. Yes, she's very young in this scene. So this is when she first gets brought to the orphanage. Actually, maybe she's 19. Maybe she's 19 because I think she was 12 when she first got taken to the orphanage. Part of the problem when she first came to this orphanage was I think this is like her third or fourth orphanage. One of her orphanages she stayed at, a bunch of kids got sick because she's actually a harbinger, is that the right word, of the virus. And when you're around her for too long, it can enact the virus that kills everybody on this island faster. So unfortunately, she was in like a small room with a bunch of other kids, and they all started getting sick because they were all in this room with her where she's activating their viruses and making the virus more prominent when they're children instead of when they're 23. But there's some other things that it does too, because it's literally basically infecting the air. In a different orphanage she was staying at, it literally caused a fire. So there's a different character in this game called Eves. He was in that fire, and he had half his face burnt, but a lot of people died in that fire. And after that happened is when she started living on the streets because she just didn't want to get anybody sick again. She was already blaming herself. I think there was like 7 or 8 deaths at this point that she felt was linked to her, and everyone kept calling her death. And so Mommy Dearest here didn't believe it. So she told Adolphe to go get her and bring her to their orphanage. And the reason she's been living there successfully is they gave her her own bedroom. So she doesn't stay with people for too long. So they're not exposed to her for an extended period of time. So it's better. And then Adolphe himself, because he isn't from the island, can't get sick because he's not susceptible to the virus. So that's why he's safe. She doesn't know that. Nobody knows that. That's a secret. But they basically spend a lot of time together, and she's like, he's fine. It's delicious. It's not only looks good, but the taste is wonderful too.
将来は料理屋さんになれるわよ。私が保証する。
You could become a chef in the future. I guarantee it. It was just so delicious that I couldn't help but sing its praises when we're gonna see baby. Oh, you made her cry. They really didn't do a good job of making her look younger, actually. She looks the same age, just like standing on her knees. That would make sense with him being the true route then. Yes. Also, Virche does not shy away from people dying. It loves to kill people. So not every route has like a happy ending. They have the despair endings, and then they have the salvation endings. And salvation doesn't mean happy, so... Leah suddenly began to cry.
あらあら、どうしたの？さっきまで楽しそうにお料理していたのに。
Oh my, what's wrong? You were having so much fun cooking just now. Surprised, I began to pat her gently on the head.
もしかして一番最初にオムレツを食べたかった？
Did you want to try the omelet first?
ごめんなさいね。あなたが作ってくれたものがとても美味しそうだったものだから。
I'm so sorry, the omelet you made was just so delicious. Thank you.
お礼を言うのは美味しい料理を食べさせてもらった私の方じゃないかしら。
I think I should be the one thanking you for making such a delicious meal for me. Leah shook her head vigorously to the side to side. I'm happy you ate it. Thank you, Mother. She called me Mom just now, this child.
私を母って。
She called me Mother. Oh my, I'm absolutely ecstatic. I still wasn't quite sure why she was
どうい
crying.
たしまして。私の愛娘。
You are very welcome, my dear. Technically, she said daughter. She said musume. That means girl.
これからも美味しいものが大好きな母をどうかよろしくね。
I hope you'll make plenty more delicious meals for the mother you love so much, okay? Okay. Okay, you got it. Seeing Leah smile, I was sure that what I told her wasn't a mistake. If that bastard were here right now, he would certainly just tell me that I was being weak. That bastard is Sheen, by the way. That's the scientist guy.
私を母と呼んでくれた。
Leah, my dear daughter, who calls me her mother. That's cute. I will protect you no matter what might happen in the future. Cute. That's adorable. I'm glad they gave her CG with her. I feel like she didn't look short enough, but it's fine. Yay! Alright, we got 5 more to do. And technically there's a 6th one, but this one I'm sure is going to unlock once we actually do Ankou's route. And I'm saving it because I'm doing Ankou's route last. So I'm sure it'll unlock as we do his route. It'll be fine. There's a fly in this room. Sheen definitely gave sadistic vibes. Okay. He's the scientist, right? So, like, his moral compass is a bit jaded at the least to say. You're not wrong. You're not wrong. He has some darkness in his routes, and he does experiments on prisoners in the story originally, so it can be a thing. All right, this is Hugo. Hugo's one of my least favorite characters in this game. He's obsessed with Eves, like he's in love with Eves. Let me phrase that right. And in the story with Eves, he dies from a broken heart. He's deserved it though. But here's another story. I heard that Adolph's foster sister Leah became a maid at the Clyde mansion. Wait, is it that story? No, it said Hugo. I wasn't sure how that happened, but after coming to the orphanage for a request, I learned the reason right away.
おお、こりゃ派手に壊れたな。
Well, this is busted up pretty bad. It must have happened during the storm the other day. Some worker was busy cleaning up the demolished remains of the storeroom. So she started working. I remember this actually. So in this original story for Mathis, she started working at the Clyde family estate because this had broken. And Mathis's butler, who's also a monster, used it as an excuse. He's like, hey, we'll pay for that repair if you work for us a little bit, you know? But it was really just an excuse to get her there. Some workers was busy cleaning up the demolished remains of the storeroom. The one who asked me to work to be done was probably Mathis or Jean. I guess she was working for them as a maid in exchange for rebuilding the storeroom. Speaking of which, Hugo, did you need something from Mother? Leah called out to me, probably just having come back from the Clyde mansion. Toxic. The reason I don't like him in the Eve's route specifically, there's a part where it's a choice. And he's like, you're bad for Eves. You need to like literally kill yourself. And your choices are do it or don't do it. And if you choose do it, he watches you do it. If you choose don't do it, he says he was just kidding. Or he wasn't serious. And I don't like that. I don't appreciate that. Don't lie to my face. Leah called out to me, probably just having come back from the Clyde mansion.
よう、ジョーちゃん。用事っつうか、クルーンの依頼の例として歌詞をもらいすぎちまってよ。
I'll also note when I first played this game, because again, I try not to look up too much information, I thought he was a dateable character because look at him. Doesn't he look like someone you could date? So he originally was in my ranking when I ranked the eligible bachelors. I was all like, Hugo. He sounds like a great man. Sarcasm. Yeah, he's great. He's great. As a reminder though, there's literally serial killers and murderers, and he's like my least favorite person. Don't know how it happened. I think it's one of those things where like it's because it happened to her and you had to witness it. It made it more real that he did something terrible. Just running an errand. We got a few too many snacks as thanks to some requests Korun did.
俺とイブの二人じゃ食べきれねえから手分けして知り合いに配って回ってるんだ。
Eves and I can't eat them all alone, so I'm going around and giving some out to people we know.
よければ子供たちに食わせてやってくれよ。
If it's all right, please let the kids have some. I handed Leah the basket and she gave a look in surprise at how heavy it was. Oh, thank you very much. I'm sure the children will be happy about this.
おう、じゃあ俺はこれで。
Sure, anyways, I'll be heading off. He also like secretly doesn't like her. He like mentioned it a few times because he resented her for the Eves incident where Eves got his face burned. Wait, just a moment. She stopped me as I was about to leave and I turned back. I'm not sure if this will serve as a thank you, but if you don't mind, won't you stay for some tea before you go? Oh? Leah and I didn't interact too much with each other, so I was honestly surprised by the invitation. It's because we know the truth. Thinking it to be more awkward to turn her down, I decided to accept her offer. I watched Leah work swiftly, brewing the tea, and didn't feel the same fear I felt when I first met her. Here you go. I'm not sure if it'll suit your taste, but...
おう、ありがとうよ。
Thanks. I did feel as awkward as before. To be honest, I was a little afraid of Leah back then since people called her Reaper of Death, but things should be better now.
マ
Should
ティスと
be.
仲良くやってるところを見てたら怖がる方がバカらしくなっちまう。
After seeing her and Mathis get along so well, being afraid of her feels so ridiculous. I don't know how that correlates. What? I thought based on the name of this chapter, this was supposed to be an example of what it would have been like if these two could have dated. That the CG doesn't feel like that. This feels very single-sided. What the heck? I mean, he's gay, so I guess. Enjoying the aroma of the tea, I brought it to my mouth. She must have seeped it really well as the characteristic aroma of the tea leaves spread through the room.
最初に飲んだ時よりうまいな。紅茶を入れる腕上がったんじゃねえの？
It's better than the first time I had your tea. I think your skills have improved since then. Really? Not even realizing it herself, Leah tilted her head uncertainly.
ああ、そうかわかった。あんた施設の外に出るようになってからここに来るダチも増えたもんな。
Oh, that must be it. Since you've started venturing out of the orphanage, you must have had a lot more friends over lately. What a cute CG of the man that doesn't care about us at all and wants to murder us. Thanks. Yeah. Just like, what?
その全員に紅茶を出してりゃ上達するのも当然だわ。
He had a lovely one-sided love in the story. It's just they had to ruin it with that one. If they hadn't had that scene, it's okay with him not liking her. I'm fine with that. A lot of people didn't like her. And he can genuinely be upset that she technically is the reason Eves did have a scar on his face. But like, no. You don't hand somebody a knife and say, take care of yourself. Anyways. Of course, you get better at making tea after making some for everyone. Friends. Leah repeated the words as if savoring it. She then stared at me.
どうした？俺の顔に何かついてるか？
What's up? Something on my face? Oh no, I was just thinking that drinking tea suits you. You were even teaching Eves how to drink tea when I first met you. Did you learn tea etiquette from somewhere?
鋭いな。つうか俺は前も話した通り、
Hey yo!
もともとはシュディの
Hi!
出身でよ。
How are you? Good, I mentioned this before, but I originally came from Chadis.
それなりにでかい家で
Naturally.
教育にも力を入れてたから最低限できるようになったんだ。
This is the CG where he falls in love with her for her tea. This is where he dates her for her tea. He's like, dang, I gotta get this tea every day. How do I get tea every day just like this? I know. Boom, engaged. I grew up in a pretty big family that focused a lot on etiquette, so I managed to learn the bare minimums in drinking tea. I see. Even as she nodded and understanding my situation, she also seemed used to having tea as
あんた
well.
はシスターに紅茶の入れ方や礼儀を教わったのか？
I heard something about you quitting last November. Yeah, I now have a new job. I'm a technician in training. Did you learn tea etiquette from your sister? From your sister? From the... Yeah, she taught me the basics. And social etiquette, to be sure. I wouldn't embarrass myself if I were to ever go to Shadis.
一応確認するが、あんた18歳だよな。
If I'm not mistaken, you're 18, right? I am. Okay, great. She is 18. We verified her age. Something just felt odd
生
here.
身の18歳でその振る舞いはできすぎてるだろ
You're 18, but you carry yourself so maturely?
う。いや、うちの妹どもがガキすぎるのか？
Maybe my younger sisters just act too much like kids?
年齢はあいつらの方が上なのに、この差は一体。
They're even older than you, so why is there so much of a difference? It sounds like because she's not like other girls, obviously. I'm glad you left there. How are you liking the new? I'm really liking it. I'm currently in training. My training is for like 18 weeks. This is like my new job. So I went to a different job when I left GameStop to a different job. and I hated it there. And I was already interviewing for this place prior to getting my second job. So I ended up getting this job after taking the other job. It was weird, but I'm liking this one. So it's 18 weeks of training to get used to the position, and then it's not customer facing really. So I kind of like it just because I've done customer service so much. I kind of enjoy not having to constantly talk to people and also get yelled at when people are unhappy. So, I mean, I could still get yelled at. I haven't got yelled at yet, but I could. I didn't know you had sisters, Hugo. Well, you don't know a lot about Hugo, okay? Like, you don't even talk to him.
ああ、下にリライバーになったのが2人。上には家業を継ぐ予定の兄貴もいるけどな。
Also, the concept of relivers also is weird because anybody can become a reliver as many times as they want. So honestly, like you could, like your family tree would just go on forever. Oh, nice. I'll have to message me. I'm starting my new position on Monday. That's exciting. Is it the same place or is it a promotion within the job? They're relivers now. My older brother's planning to take over the family business. If they're relivers, they must be far older than me.
おう、そのはずなんだけどよ。
That should be the case at least. Since I had the opportunity, I should try and talk about this with Leah, who looked close to their age. I took out a photo from my pocket and showed it to her. It was a picture they forced onto me when I left the family after looking at it. Huh? Leah hadn't expressed wide-eyed expression as I expected. That made sense. Is this photograph, no matter how you looked at it, there were two reliver girls who looked like they were around 15 years old. Did they become relivers at a young age like the Hut?
いや、こいつらのには立派な20歳だ。
Oh, a new company. Nice. They became relivers when they were 20.
やっぱ成長遅いよな。俺もこの状態でリライバーになるのはどうかと思ったんだけどよ。
They look young for their age, right? I wasn't sure about them becoming relivers in that state. Considering how close they were to 23, they couldn't have delayed it much longer.
せめて精神が成熟してればまだ生きやすいんだが。
But it would be easier if they were just a little more mature. What a weird, unnecessary. There's our brother. Why haven't you come back yet? Do they also sound like children for that same reason? Stop working at Kurun. You can get plenty of money working under our eldest brother.
ああ、やがましい。俺の周りを囲んで回るな。
You're so noisy. You don't have to corner me like this.
それと、生き方への口出しもやめろ。俺は俺の意思でクルーンをやってんだ。
Stop criticizing my way of life. I'm working at Kurun because that's what I want to do.
大体お前らには関係ないだろう。
Not that it matters to you, I'm guessing.
関係なくないもん。お兄はクルーンじゃなくてバランタン家の一員なんだもん。
It does matter. You're not supposed to be part of Kurun. You're part of the Valentine family, a noble family who lives in Chedas. The head of the family is Galleon Valentine, who disinherited Hugo.
お兄を取ったクルーンなんて大嫌い。なんで帰ってきてくれないの？
We hate Kurun for taking you away from us. Why won't you come home already?
ああ、いい年して泣くな泣くな。お前らそれでも俺の2歳下か？
Stop crying and act your age. You're only 2 years younger than me. Got it.
こんな感じでな。じゃじゃうますぎて嫁のもらい手もつかねえんだ。
That about sums them up. They're both such rascals that I can't see either of them becoming married. I can tell they really like you, Hugo.
違う違う。俺を振り回すのが好きなだけだよ。現に自警団に入ってから暑苦しいとか言われるようになったしな。
No way. They just like pushing me around even after I join the corps. They keep calling me a tough guy. Maybe that's just how they express their love
そ
for
んな
you?
もんかね。
Is that how it works? Regardless of the truth behind
妹
that,
たちにもあんたぐらいしっかりしてほしいよ。
I just want those sisters of mine to get their act together like you
今
have.
のままじゃ心配すぎて中途半端に感動されたはずの家に 定期的に通っちまう。
I'm just so worried about them that I am always showing up at the house I was kicked out of just to check on them. Really, I feel like I can understand how your sisters feel about you. If Adolf had to cut off ties with Mother before he joined the corps, I'd be worried about him and I'd be jealous of the two of you who are his
そっ
friends.
か。ますますアドルフにとってのあんたはいい妹さんだな。
I see you're becoming more and more of a good little sister to Adolf. What a weird story. I took the last sip of my tea and stood up.
ごちそうさん。身内の話を聞いてくれてありがとな。
Thank you for the tea and for listening to me to the story about my family. Thank you as well. I'll be sure to give out the treats to the children. Hugo, she's not like other girls. The other girls being my younger, annoying sisters. Yeah. My sisters who act like they're 5. Thea saw me off as I left the orphanage. I mean, he doesn't like being around girls, so that makes sense, actually. I decided to take my time enjoying the walk back to Korun. She was great at making tea, and it was nice how much she adored Adolf.
死神なんて呼ばれてるが、案外
Hydrate.
普通の女なのかもしれねえな。
そうなのね。
I was curious if the sound was gonna play. What with it hating me and all right now. The woman that people call Death just seems like a pretty normal girl. She's pretty chill to me,
個
actually.
性で言えば、うちの妹どもの方がよほどだし。
If people want to see something peculiar, they should take a look at my sisters. Oh yeah? Show them to me. I couldn't keep stewing in those negative thoughts about her. I should see her for who she was. You never did in Eve's route. After all, she was Adolph's sister. There was no way she could be a bad person. And yet... Woohoo! Oh, I did it wrong. Up, up, up. All right, a conversation with my friend. I swear it says about holding his arm. Dahat! Okay, so here's another thing. Here's another fun fact, all right? We just talked about how much we don't like the other guy.
私
Dahat.
の研究室へようこそ。
Oh, great. It's gonna pick up right
彼に
there.
なるリコリスの姫君。
I love Dahat. He's the main antagonist in this game, but he presents himself as an adorable person, which he is. At the heart of it, he really is who he is. He's just this adorable guy who died at 15, or was gonna die at 15, so he had to become a reliver at a young age. And the reason he was gonna die was because the royal family, which he is part of, decided to kill him so that he couldn't inherit the throne after they also murdered his mother, who is her mom. But also had her DNA changed so she doesn't look like the queen that she was. And Dahat has done the same thing where he's had his DNA changed so he doesn't look exactly like he was before he died. But he's evil. He's evil. He wants to basically overthrow the royal family. He wants to kill them all. He also wants to kill like a bunch of people as well. Partially just because he wants revenge. He had a motivation that was better, I would say, than Hugo's, and I appreciated him for it. Anyways, welcome to my laboratory, beautiful princess of the
あ
Lycorises.
なたと不死の化け物。
Bakimono.
あなたの義兄の存在で。ようやく私は。
With the help of that immortal monster, that's Ankou, and your foster brother, that's Adolf, I can
こ
finally...
の国につく憎き死神を殺すことができる。
Trauma man locked in a 15-year-old boy body. Yep. Yeah, so basically his one of his dreams outside of like killing the entire royal family and kind of like resetting the entire universe, he desperately wanted to bring his mother back to life as she was. So his mother never had any intentions of becoming a reliver. She wanted to love her family for who they were and be with her family as they were, if I recall correctly. She didn't like the relivers system. However, when she was being murdered, Sheen saved her, kind of. He brought her back as a reliver. And she also has revenge in her heart as well, because she also wants revenge from the people who murdered her. And so Sheen brought her back, changed her appearance so that she wouldn't get hunted down. And she basically kind of lived off the grid, but helps out with the orphanage. But all the while, she's sending notes to Sheen to try and help him with his research in order to try and ultimately get her revenge. Like, that's the end goal for her, too. But Dahat was a secret, so no one knew about Dahat. Sheen did not know Dahat was her son. I forget how he got relived, honestly, but yeah, he was 15 when he got murdered. And he came back and he wants his mom back the way she was. He wants the mom that loved him unconditionally the way she was. And so that's part of his thing. He's trying to get her back that way. He's trying to overthrow the government. And also destroy reliver technology because he doesn't think it should exist. He hates relivers. He is one, but only because he has no choice. I can finally destroy the vile death that's devouring this country. Tricked by my act as an adorable Dahat. He is still adorable, but sometimes he does get a deeper voice. I covered my mouth of the poor princess who wandered into the laboratory. As she began to lose consciousness from the chemical-soaked rag, I whispered into her ear. Now say goodbye to your life as a human. He also doesn't really view people as people, except for one person, and that's Lucas's younger sister, Nadia. From now on, you'll be trapped in eternal limbo. You will live your life as a test subject and become the sacred foundation of this country's salvation. You will be the cure, which is normal. I put all my heart into the tale of salvation she would bring. Oh, wow, that's beautiful. That's a pretty photo. Oops. Her body collapsed after being stabbed with a knife, and I just managed to hold her up with my own small body. As I watched her face as she slept, I couldn't help but feel she looked somewhat similar to my mother, whom I would be resurrecting soon. Aww.
あなたの中に母様の遺伝子が受け継がれているだなんて。
This is a great picture of Dahat. Anyways, Dahat's my favorite bad guy. I never imagined that you of all people would carry some of Mother's genes.
さすがの僕も気づきませんでしたよ。あなたのアレロパシー能力って何でもありすぎじゃないです？
Not even I could have caught on to that. Your allopathy seems to have anything and everything to it, huh? I didn't know this. Ensuring I stopped her bleeding so she didn't accidentally die. After being sure she could respond back, I smiled as if joking with
あな
her.
たにはこれから母様の素体になってもらいます。
You'll now become the materials used for Mother.
でも大丈夫。目が覚めた頃には完全に母様の意識になっていますから。
But don't worry, once you awaken, your mind will have been completely taken over by
恐怖
Mother's.
とか絶望とか感じる自我さえ残ってません。
You won't even have enough traces of yourself to feel any fear or despair. He also talks with hearts and stars in his sentences. It's great. It was magnanimous treatment compared to the royal family who had been repeatedly killed and then revived. Oh yeah, I totally forgot about that. If you watch The Prestige, it's kind of like that. He keeps bringing them back to life as relivers to drown them. Ah, he's such a psychopath. I miss him so much.
でもお別れはちょっと残念だな。
It's a bit unfortunate to say goodbye to you.
正しい形で血はつながってないけど、一応遺伝子上では僕たち 兄弟みたいなものなんですよね。
We aren't related by blood in a formal way, but looking at our genetics, we are siblings in a
あ
sense.
僕の方が年上だからあなたが妹になるのかな。
I'm older than you, so I guess that makes you my younger
この
sister.
年で妹ができるなんて長生きはするものですね。
I guess it really was worth living for this long, discovering I had a sister at this age. The more I spoke, the more joy I felt in reaching my goal.
まああなたにとってはそんな偶然災難でしょうけど、
I'm sure such a coincidence was the worst possible outcome for you.
僕はあなたに出会えてとっても嬉しかったですよ。
But I'm very glad I got to meet you.
かわいいかわいい僕の妹。母様の材料となる遺伝子。
My adorable, adorable little sister who has the genes that will soon become mother. I guess I couldn't exactly criticize Orty for what he had
歪
planned.
んだこの国に生まれなければあなたにも平穏な人生があったかもしれませんね。
If you weren't born in this twisted country, you might have been able to live a peaceful life. Mood.
僕も
Need that on a t-shirt.
ダハトとしてはあなたという人のことを
I must say I
好
really
まし
was
く思ってい
fond.
ましたよ。
I have to say I really was fond of you as Dahat. His real name is Camille. No, that's not his real name. His real name is, I forgot his real name. Is it Camille? No, it's not Camille. That's the real name of Jean. So many names. My smaller body managed to hold her up. And I put her into the capsule to be used for my experiment.
この場で犠牲にするお詫びになるかは分かりませんが、
I don't know if this will work as repayment for your sacrifice.
この僕があなたを害し差し出したこの醜い国を滅ぼしてあげましょう。
But I promise you to destroy this gruesome country that hurt and shunned you.
あなたのような普通になりたいと願う尊い人は
Precious people like you who only wish to be
僕
normal.
が滅ぼし普通にした後のアルペシェールに生まれ変わるべきなのです。
Deserve to be reborn into a new Arpachel after I have brought about its destruction. Yeah, you would certainly be happy in such a place.
さようならリコリスの姫君。
Goodbye, Lycoris princess.
あなたは僕にとっては死神なんかじゃなく
To me, you aren't death.
正真正銘の救いの聖女でしたよ。
But a true saint here to save us all. The mainframe is breaking down. Adorable. 10 out of 10. I liked it. This says Nadia. Oh, we get Nadia's story. Hang on, wait. That makes me excited. I love Nadia. Oop. Now, Nadia, this is Lucas's younger sister who
教会から鐘の音が聞こえるわ。
was born the exact opposite as Lucas. Lucas is a very extremely strong man. He looks extremely frail and fragile, but he can like lift a truck if he wanted to. She's the exact opposite. So this is basically the story of Unbreakable, the movie with Bruce Willis. She's the one that just sometimes standing, she might break an ankle. Which is why she has a wheelchair. This is a wheelchair. You can't see it, but where I'm at, there's a wheelchair part of it. And she's so sick that if she goes outside, she gets like a fever sometimes. I can hear church bells. It was just past noon. Nadia, who was looking through the fabrics while I was embroidering, looked up when she heard a sound coming from outside.
今日は教団のお祈りもないのに、何かあったのかしら。
There isn't a service at the church today. I wonder if something else is happening. Church bells. Oh, it must be a wedding. I didn't realize it right away since there aren't many people who have weddings in Arpachel.
結婚式？あれが。
That's a wedding? We're doing it. We're progressing. Nadia must have been able to see a bit of it as she watched the ceremony with deep interest.
敵。二人が夫婦の誓いをするのをたくさんの人が見守ってる。
How lovely! So many people are watching the couple make their vows to each other as husband and wife. Nadia's eyes were glittering as they watched the couple pledge their love to each
女
other.
の人が着ているのは花嫁衣装のドレスかしら。
I wonder if that dress is what they call a wedding dress. Yes, I imagine it is. She probably had it prepared for this day. I stood up and went to the window beside Nadia.
じゃあ頭にかぶっている綺麗な布は？
And what about the pretty lace she has on her head? That, my dear, is called a veil. The pretty lace. I hadn't seen many weddings myself, so I wasn't too knowledgeable. I squinted and focused hard on the bride in the distance. Oh, you mean the veil? It's an accessory for that bride wear.
ベール。
A veil.
ドレスも素敵だけど、ベールも綺麗。
The dress is really pretty, but so is the veil.
まるで光が花嫁さんを包んでいるみたい。
It's like she's wrapped up in light. That sounds so poetic. If she liked the idea so much, Nadia, would you mind closing your eyes for a moment?
急にどうしたの？
What do you mean? There was something I wanted to give you. It'll take just a few minutes. Although she didn't understand what I had in mind, Nadia shut her eyes tight. Oh, we're gonna put a veil on her. And that veil's a bedsheet. I began working with my needle to finish before she got tired of waiting. Alright, it's done. Nadia, open your eyes. Oh, Nadia. There you go. You're the only person I care about. Nadia's too good for this world. As she opened her eyes, I gently draped the cloth of light over her. Her surprised eyes, now covered in a sheer tint of white, looked back at me.
これは？
What is this, Leah? Take a look at yourself in the window.
ん？
I gestured her towards the window to use as a mirror and...
花嫁さんのベール。
It's a veil for a bride. Understanding what it was, she shouted out with joy.
これ、あなたが作ったの？
Did you make this? Yes, there was some material left that I was able to use. I made it in a really short time, so I'm sorry if it looks a little
そ
plain.
んなことない。すっごく嬉しい。
No, don't be. I'm so happy. Nadia shook her head from side to side, enjoying how the veil moved and shimmered around her as she swayed.
私、お嫁さんに見える？
Do I look like a bride? Of course, you look like the happiest bride in the world.
嬉しい。いつか本物の結婚式でもかぶれるといいな。
She's main character cute. What is this? Technically, she looks like her brother. And he's hot, so it makes sense. But both her and her brother look like their mom. And their mom was a gorgeous woman, so... I'm so happy. I sure hope I can wear one in a real wedding someday. I would love a continuation where it's like her in the future when she's an adult. That's what I'd like. I would love that for any Otome game. To instead of constantly bringing back the same characters and the same MC, instead like do a jump and use a different character from that story. Like I wanted that for Cafe Enchanté. I think that would be great if Cafe Enchanté did a jump into the future and it's like the little kid that's a fire ice monster is like one of the love interests and you have like new characters. I'm sure any veil or dress would look great on you, Nadia. But I wonder if Lucas would be sad if you got married.
それならあなたも兄様と結婚すればいいのよ。
Then you should just marry my brother,
同
Leo.
じ日に同じ場所で一緒に結婚式を挙げるの。
We'll have our wedding on the same day at the same place. You can marry Dahat, and I'll marry Lucas. It's perfect. I don't think it's suitable to be with someone as put together as Lucas.
私はあなたが
Lucas
本
ain't
当
put
に
together.
姉様になってくれたら
That man ain't put together.
と
Actually,
て
wait,
も
let me
嬉しい
see.
のだけれど。
Since you're unfamiliar, I don't know if he'll show up in this one, but he's the that blonde right there that's like touching his neck. That's Lucas. Please focus for just a second. Floop. So Sometimes when I go all the way in, it knows. Prim! Oh my god. It's not focusing on them. Doesn't want to. It's okay. What do we have here? Hydrate. Okay. Runs away. Well, it was lovely seeing you for the 5 seconds you were here. A drive-by. So stretch. I do need to stretch more, actually. What with the pain in my legs from dancing. I'd be happy if you were my big sister for real. Imagine. Imagine. Nadia, you're just teasing me, aren't you?
気づかれちゃった？
You caught me.
でも、あなたと本当の家族になりたいって気持ちは本物よ。
But I'm being honest when I say I really do want us to become family.
兄様を意識する時が来たら、私も協力するから教えてね。
Once you start seeing Lucas that way, I'll help out. Let me know, okay? Wink. You're much more assertive than I am when it comes to romance, Nadia. Forgot about this. I'm running now. Bye, Prim. I'll see you later. It was true. I think I like seeing Nadia as a bride. I was sure she would be able to choose an honest and loyal man as her partner someday. The way Nadia can talk about the future like it's something that will come so naturally makes me happy. Oh yeah, Nadia's sick. I forgot to mention that. She's dying because of how sick and weak she is. It was like she was saying she wouldn't give up in her give into her illness. No matter what setbacks she faced, she always took on the challenge. She was stronger than anyone. I was so proud of her, my dear friend and little sister. Oh, Nadia. Too good for this world, Nadia. All right. Cold love. Oh, no. This is a Jean story. Jean is Mathis's creator, actually. Oh no, worse. This is Capuchin. Oh no, this is Capuchin. Capuchin's worse than that. Capuchin's so bad. Why does Capuchin get a story? Capuchin has shown too much in this. I don't like Capuchin. Capuchin is a monster who likes creating people with DNAs and splicing them together and creating worse things. And he killed Nadia and turned her into a monster. No. He also wanted to turn the Lycoris princess into a monster in a similar fashion. In cells extracted from the blood, one could look deeper and to discover chromosomes filled with genes that comprise the human body. Yes. Those genes determine the composition of the human body. I was so overjoyed that I destroyed pieces of the collection around me. Fantastic.
まさかナディアの他にこんなにも美しい練習を持つ者がいるとは。
Never expected to find someone with such beautiful genes apart from Nadia's.
このおぞましくも美しい二重らせんからなる染色体の形、そして数。
The strength of the double helix forming the beauty of the chromosomes. And look at the numbers.
まるであの花のようではないか。
It's as though they're the very same flower out in the fields.
なぜどうして
But
遺
now
伝子を編集してもいないのにこんな遺伝子を持つ人間が生まれたのだ。まさか彼女が本当に死神だとでも。
I'm scared. Keep him away from me. Yes, he's next level, right? Dahat justified. This guy just wants to splice and create things. And he actually worked at the Institute originally and got kicked out because he was a monster. I think they said he died, but he actually became a reliver, a secret reliver, because he doesn't have reliver eyes. And he just does experiments. on people. Like terrible experiments. In fact, in Lucas's route, because Lucas's route's tied to Capuchin, there's one option where you can make a choice and they will use your mom in experiments, and they'll kill her. Like the experiment literally is killing them. It's killing them and bringing them back again as a reliver, and killing them and bringing them back again as a reliver, and then killing them and bringing them back again as a reliver. So torturing them over and over and over again. And he also likes to create basically Parasite Eve monstrosities out of people. All of these things hanging around him, those are his dolls. I hate him. How can someone be born with such genes without any modifications? Or is she truly death as everyone professes her to be? That didn't matter.
彼女の遺伝子もまた私のコレクションに加えるにふさわしい。一刻も早く本体を手に入れなくては。
Her genes are more than worthy of joining my collection. I must obtain her body at once. But
遺伝子の動きが不完全だ。染色体の形も時々不自然に歪んでいる。
the genes are moving erratically. Some of the chromosomes are warped too. Looking closer, I saw some odd cells that were different from her other cells, as if they were somehow suppressing her cells and rewriting that information etched into her genes.
忌まわしい。どこの誰だ。私の遺伝子をこんな形で怪我したのは。
And that would be Ankou. So Ankou, the first day he meets her, she's about to kill herself in a field, just like in the past. He stops her, cuts his own finger, smears the blood on her face, naturally, as one does. And that blood is full of... He eats Lycorises every day. It helps suppress the Lycoris power. So that's what's happening here. How despicable. Who would dare do this to my precious genes? And that answer is Ankou. This almost meant that someone was aware of her unique physical state aside from me. This certain someone injected these cells in an effort to prevent others from knowing about them. Absolutely despicable. I won't let anyone take her.
今まではナディアを最優先としていたが、後回しだ。
I've been prioritizing Nadia all this time, but I'll tend to her later.
まずは
He
こ
also
の
calls
脳死
Nadia his
細胞を
wife.
消し去り、
This man.
美しい遺伝子の本来の姿を取り戻さなければ。
Nadia's like 12. I need to get rid of these intrusive cells and restore the beauty of her genes to what they should actually be.
すぐに迎えに行くから待っていてくれたまえ。
I'll come to get you soon. Do wait for me.
私の可愛い可愛いリコリスの姫君。
This is a quote, actually, I used from prior. My sweet, adorable Lycoris princess. And then he just comes by and goes, hey, you want to come hang out with me? And she goes because she's stupid. A few days had passed since then. I had gathered whatever samples I could from Leah. We can end him. Also, why is he named after a monkey? Capuchin is the name of a monkey? Where's my cell phone? When did I have my cell phone? Oh my gosh, I'm using it to watch this. To see if it keeps glitching. Ha 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 ha. Ha ha, silly me. Capuchin. Capuchin. I'm seeing a French model and actress. I don't know if the monkey's related to the being named Capuchin, to BH.
採血をした時に残った血。彼女がナディアの病室に落とした金の紙。
The leftover blood from the samples I drew from her for health checks. The blonde strands of fallen hair in Nadia's room.
この数日で
Capuchin monkeys? Ah.
こんなにも集められた。
Why Keystone? Oh, it's okay. I knew what you meant. Capuchin? So I'm pretty sure. Why? I messed up. Hang on. That's a cute monkey. He's French. I don't know if Capuchin is French or not. So I don't know. I don't know if that's related for that, but I'm pretty sure it's just a French name that they're using. I can't believe I've collected so many samples of the Lycoris princess genes. I compared them to the genes of my other dolls that were candidates to be my
や
bride.
はり彼女の遺伝子こそが一番美しい。
Hers truly are the most beautiful genes.
早くこの手に収めたいものだ。
I'd get my hands on her as soon as possible. But without my supporters' permission, I couldn't just
彼
yet.
女の遺伝子への愛は日々高まるばかりだというのに。
Even though my love for her genes is growing stronger day by day. I won't lie, that's a good photo. Not like that. He looks nice. To be clear, when we first met Capuchin, we thought he was hot. Before we found out he was a psychopath, he had some cute dialogue moments. But once you learn he's a psychopath, like I was gonna say like a bad one. I'm pretty sure they're all bad, but hear me out. Like, there's degrees. Like, he's like top tier bad guy. He likes doing DNA tests on people's genetic codes and creating monsters out of them. So while, yes, he's nice to look at. I held a vial of her blood up to the light. The red liquid filled with her lovely genes. It was more beautiful than anything I'd ever seen before.
君にはどんな花嫁姿が似合うだろうか。
I wonder what sort of bridal gown would suit you best.
その性質に合わせリコリス柄のドレスを用意するのもいいかもしれない。
Perhaps a dress pattern with the lycris to match your disposition would be nice.
いっそ仲のいいナディアと一つの体にしてあげる案も捨てがたいな。
Though it's also tempting to fuse her into one body with Nadia. I could hardly wait much
一
longer.
体君はいつ私の手元に来てくれるんだい。
When will you come to me?
結ばれた暁にはこの特別な部屋で。
The night that we're united, let us come to this special room.
永遠の愛を美しい遺伝子に
Where
誓おう。
I... Yeah, don't fuse me with a child. Yeah, don't. Please don't. Where I'll pledge my never-ending love to your beautiful genes. All right. Well, we had to have our skin crawl at least once tonight. That's fair. All right. So this is the last side story that we need to do before we're caught up on the side stories. And then I can do the start of Ankou's stories, because I'm going to do the new story last, which was locked. So it was locked for good reason. Yeah, anyways, he's a psychopath, and I don't like him. That's my TED talk. I also don't want this. Okay, Jean is another monster in this story. So Jean's story starts when his fiancée is brutally murdered while she is pregnant with his child. I think it's the day before their wedding, even, like, just to make it, you know, tick all those boxes in a movie story. And he is so distraught from her death that he decides he's gonna create her again. But exactly, because she didn't have a backup. She was not gonna be a reliver. He was not gonna be a reliver. They were just gonna live their life together and love each other for who they were until the day they died in the age of 23. So he starts murdering prostitutes so he can harvest their uterus to try and create a clone. And he makes a test first. Like, he keeps failing, but he's killed a ton of women, promising them salvation. And that's his backstory. So he does a lot of experiments, he kills a lot of people, and then he creates Mathis. Mathis is his creation. And then he changes identity to Jean. That's not his name. His name is Camille. His name is Camille. So, It's a lot. This game has a lot. It's got so much just crammed in it. Like explaining this game, I remember explaining this game to one of my friends and they're like, and then? And I'm like, and then this happens. And they're like, "Ah." Yeah. So there's a lot. A few days had passed since Jean asked me to work as a maid at the Clyde mansion. Yeah, no. And he's beautiful, by the way.
それでは今日も同僚としてよろ
Like,
し
look
く
at
お
this
願い
guy.
します。
All right, then. I hope for another fine day of working together as a team. Yes, so do I. I had gotten used to greeting him in the morning as a fellow servant of the house.
あなたが来てくれて
He's so pretty.
毎日本当
He's
に
a
助かって
psychopath.
いますよ。
And him and Capuchin, just so you know, were both funded by Dahat. Dahat's funding this because he wants to create his mom again the way she was. So that's where his work comes in. And I forget what Capuchin had that he wanted. Maybe just the gene manipulation to try and recreate his mom exactly like she was in his mind. I think that was it. Things have been so much easier since you began coming here to help Leah.
俺は当主の補佐は得意なんですが、料理や掃除といった基本的な仕事がどうにも苦手で。
I've done my best to aid the family head, but I find myself still struggling with more essential work such as cooking and cleaning. I think that just means you're able to do everything else that much better. The flower beds in the garden are so pretty, and I don't see any mold growing anywhere because you aerate the building so much. I'm sure that's all thanks to you, Jean.
ありがとうございます。そう言っていただけると、俺も少しは自分を褒めることができます。
Also, being a butler is a front for him, but it's hilarious because he turns into an actually decent butler. Thank you very much. Your recognition makes me feel it's all right to praise myself as well.
とはいえ、その言葉に満足せず、もっと執事として精進しなければ。
That said, I must keep bettering myself as a butler.
今日も一日、坊ちゃんのために頑張りましょう。
Let us work hard for our master today as well. Right. Just as I mentioned, the essential maintenance for the mansion was very well done. The flower beds in particular required very little tending. I wonder if Jean likes flowers. He does. Because when he kills a prostitute, he offers her a bottle full of flowers. Jean, I finished cleaning around the front gates.
ありがとうございます。では次は洗濯をお願いしてもよろしいでしょうか。
I also think he has his dead fiancée in a tube surrounded by flowers, if I recall. Thank you very much. Next, may I ask you to take care of the laundry? Understood. If there's anything else to add to the batch, I'll take it now. I began washing the laundry next to Jean as he swept up the leaves falling from the nearby trees. The weather's so nice.
ええ、絶好の洗濯日和です。
What a gentleman, yeah. It's one of those things where, like, I can't get behind his... Like, Dahat's like, you guys killed my mother. You killed me. Revenge. And I'm like, bet. Go for it. You do you, baby. I understand. And he's not discriminating against anyone there. He's like, I'm going to kill almost every single person on this island so it can start over. And he's also looking for a cure. He's like, I want to cure the disease that the royal family created. And I want to kill all the royal family. And I want to kill all the relivers because relivers shouldn't exist. We should just be able to live a normal life. What a gentleman. But this, my fiance died. And now I'm going to kill a bunch of people so I can take them apart to try and recreate her. Like, nah. You lost me. A fantastic day for laundry. The two of us look up at the sky, squinting up at the brightness, shining light coming down from us.
坊ちゃんもこんな時ぐらい外で散歩でもすればいいと思いますけどね。
I do wish my master would go out for walks one day like this.
日当たりのいい屋根裏部屋を自室にしたのが逆にあだになってしまったでしょうか。
I made the attic his room so that he could get plenty of sunlight. However, that idea might have backfired. It's true, that room seems like the perfect place to take a nap. I could easily imagine him dozing off under a warm sunbeam there.
俺はシュディの方から届いた援助依頼の書類と内容をまとめます。
I'll be organizing some documents for financial support request from elsewhere in
あな
Shadis.
たはそのまま廊下の掃除に入っていただけますか？
Leah, may I ask you to handle cleaning the corridors? Yeah, you can count on me. Jane was usually very busy after the morning chores. In order to lighten the workload for Mathis, who had to focus on studying to become head of the household, Jean handled tasks such as organizing documents and responding to letters. I can't help with the documents, so I have to put my efforts where I can with the household chores. I polished all the nooks and crannies of the corridors, which had gotten a bit dusty. After making sure the floors were thoroughly dry so that no one would slip and fall. There we go. I felt it was pretty clean myself. It's about time to start preparing lunch, but I should ask Jean if he has anything else for me to do. Before I could finish my thought, I noticed that the door at the end of the corridor was slightly ajar. Oh no. What is that room? I was told that I didn't have to go into that particular room, so I didn't mean to pry or anything. But if it had been left alone for a while, I should probably clean there too. Making up my mind, I approached the door with cleaning supplies in hand. Pardon me. I spoke without thinking and began to reach for the doorknob. That door leads to his basement where he does his experiments. I couldn't help but give a yelp when I heard the sudden bang. There was a hand stretched out from behind me. The owner of the large hand that held the door completely shut was Jean.
失礼しました。普通に止めようとしたのですが、勢いがついてしまって。
My apologies. I meant to simply stop you, but I seem to have been a bit forceful. Stop me? Still not moving from his current position, Jean
実
smiled.
はこの部屋は今、俺の私物を放り投げておくだけの物置と化していまして。
This room's become a bit of a storage closet where I toss in my own personal items.
掃除のためとはいえ、人様に見られるのはどうにも抵抗感があるんです。
I know you only meant to clean it, but I'm a bit hesitant to let others see it in such a state. Oh, so that's why you were so quick to stop me. I'm sorry for trying to go in on my own. I should have asked for you or Mathis for permission.
いえいえ、普段は鍵をかけているんですが、施錠を忘れた俺の落ち度です。
No, not to worry. This room's normally locked. It was my fault for forgetting to keep it so.
いずれ掃除をするときはお手伝いをお願いしますから。他の部屋の掃除をお願いできますか？
The time will come when I will ask you for your help in cleaning it, but for now, may I ask for your help in cleaning other rooms?
それが終わったら、坊ちゃんに紅茶を入れていただけると助かります。
Once you're finished, I would be so grateful if you could put on some tea for the master. Understood. I'll see you later then. After thanking him for giving me clear instructions, I began to cry. I took my cleaning supplies and headed into the nearby room. Good grief.
俺としたことが他人を屋敷に招いてるってのに、ここの鍵を閉め忘れるなんてな。
Can't believe I almost let that happen. I invited an outsider into the mansion and forgot to keep this room
あ
locked.
と少しでも遅かったら、彼女に
If I were a moment too late, that
この
girl
部屋に残る血痕を見られるところだった。
would have seen traces of what happens in this room, which is killing women. The study my parents used inside, which I had killed them for discovering my plans and attempting to stop me. Oh, there was still bloodstains splattered across the bookshelves like they loved so much. Just kidding, this is where he killed his parents. There's a hallway, though, that leads to his dungeon, too. Somewhere.
俺も少しこの生活に馴染みすぎたかな。
I think I've gotten too used to this life. I muttered and realized that the way I was talking was the same as Camille. Yes, Camille.
いけませんね、俺としたことが。執事として相応の言葉を使わなければ。
Dear me, that was quite the slip. I must be sure to maintain the decorum of a proper butler.
君は俺の執事としての姿も。
I wonder if you'd like me as a butler? Oh, his wife. Or his fiance.
もし彼女が俺の秘密を知って研究を止めようとすれば。
I like a man who is organized. Wait, what am I saying? Again, he's gorgeous. I'd liked him when we first met him, but just murdering women, stealing their body parts, a little bit much for me. My beloved Rosalie, if that girl knew my secret and tried to stop my
俺
research,
は容赦なく両親と同じ末路をたどらせる。
I wouldn't hesitate to lead her to the same fate as I did my parents.
弟の思い人だろうが知ったことが。
I don't care if it's the person my brother has feelings for. Okay, this is also a mislead. It's not his brother. So Mathis has false memories where he believes that his brother was killed by Barreau, the serial killer. And so for some reason they try to correlate this as being his brother, but this is actually genetically his father because it's his fiance's DNA and his DNA mixed together that created Mathis. All others are mere riffraff in the face of our love. So true. With a mind like that. All right, perfect. So we have officially done all of them except for the very, very, very last one, which is locked. So they're all checkmarked now. Which means we're going to go back and go to Side and Encore, which this is... Oh, wait. Is there no Encore for him? Was I mistaken? Oh, no. Not Side and Encore. Delacola. There we go. So this is alternative story endings. Sometimes it continues on where the story ended. Sometimes I forget the entire story. Emotion. We're gonna go with despair. We're gonna we'll start with despair. So this is the ending where she dies from being poisoned with the Lycoris to the point that it like is mutating her DNA and she's just falling to pieces. With this kiss I give my vow of eternal death, let us face it together. And I believe they showed this with a comparison to the photo of him when he was still looking like a doll and the same exact kind of kiss. Because he said, this is the second time I've kissed her after she died, basically. A kiss on burning lips engulfed in flames. The sound of explosions cut through the air and dying screams of every living person echoed throughout the country. But those things no longer mattered to me. In the end, the kiss I laid upon Leah would be taken by the black flames along with her body. Ah. Even I, who had suffered countless injuries only to have them heal, cried out from the heat and the pain. As I watched the unconscious Leah gradually be consumed, I felt immense relief that she had fainted. Dang.
お前はそのまま静かに眠ってくれ。
Is it okay for just me to face this pain? Please rest quietly. I spoke softly to reassure her in our final moments.
実は 再会した時、死の番人としての役を演じるのがすごく恥ずかしかったんだ。
To be honest, acting as the Watchman of Death when we met for the second time was really embarrassing.
漂流者のやつ、協力と言いながら楽しそうに俺の設定を大行に盛り上がって。
The Drifter said he was helping me with my backstory, but it seems more like he was just enjoying how ludicrous it was. But thanks to that, you believed me.
死の番人と名乗った俺を見て、きょとんと目を丸くして驚くお前の姿は
The shocked
とて
expression
も
on
可
your
愛かった。
face when you first saw the Watchman of Death was so cute.
前の俺では見られなかった表情だな。
It was a look that the old me never saw. And since
お
then,
前は俺が知らないいろんな表情を見せてくれた。
you've shown me so many expressions I've never seen from you before.
そのすべてが愛しくて可愛らしくて、
They've all been so beautiful, so lovely, and
何度好きだと思いを告げそうになったか
I
お前
wonder-
は知らないだろう。
I wonder if you know just how many times I came close to telling you that I love you. Love was stronger than the pain of being burned by the flames. As if my words had reached her, a tear ran down from her closed eyes to her Lycoris patterned skin. I kissed her once more and dried the tear with my lips.
温かい。
It's warm. Proof that she was still alive. There wasn't any way of knowing if her tears were from sorrow or the relief of being released from this agony.
アンクーとして出会ってからのお前は
A rib cage
めったに
shaped like a
泣かなか
heart
った。
is the cutest thing I've ever seen. Wait,
お
what?
前の変化が早すぎて俺の方が困惑したぐらいだ。
Whom is this? Vivian 3? Since meeting me as Ankou, you have rarely cried. You have changed so quickly enough to surprise even me. But even your changes were lovely.
今のお前と送るこの狭い国での旅は本当に楽しかった。
The adventure I spent with the present you in this small country was really fun. So much so that it was heartbreaking for me to see it come to an end. The flames whipped as they grew stronger. I looked down at the face I fell in love with as it steadily turned to ash. Because of my regenerative abilities, it was Leah who would burn first. Gradually, as she was overtaken by the scorched blackness, memories of the present her came flooding into my mind. We're gonna have a flashback? No. Haha, hee hee. Couldn't help but laugh. You two are adults, but you're fighting like children. Oh god. In a way, I feel as though I've always known you. Vivian Darling, she also streams Atome. Ooh, okay, I'll look that up. That's exciting. Control copy. I'm gonna stick that here. Perfect. Alright, did it. If I had another foster brother in my life, he would be someone like you, Ankou. Like you. We're getting out of here together, bro. I could never be happy if I abandoned you. He's like, remember.
嫌だ。
No, it really was too late now. You said she turned to ash. She can't do this. She's ash.
嫌だ。嫌だ。嫌だ。
I don't want this. My regret won over my despair. I held Leah's body tightly in my arms to protect her from her flames.
諦めたくない。
I really don't want to give up. We wished for a painless, beautiful end to our lives, however shameless that was. That wish, once born, could never die. My eyes began to overflow with tears.
このまま終わるなんて嫌だ。私はただのアンクーとして今の君を幸福に普通の女にしたい。
I don't want it to end like this. I just want to make you happy. I want to turn you into an ordinary girl. Her hand, which had grasped mine without hesitation, crumbled away.
神よ、待ってくれ。頼む。こいつを連れて行かないでくれ。まだ間に合うかもしれないんだ。
Please wait, I beg you. Don't take Leah away from me. There might still be time. There's not. She's Ash. At the very moment I wanted to believe in the miracle that stories were made of. That her savior would appear and lead her down the path to happiness. I begged for that impossible dream, yelling as tears streamed down my face, but it wasn't God who responded to my wish. Ankou. It was Leah speaking in a weak voice. Leah. Don't. Her body had been eroded by the toxins and burned by the flames. Even opening her mouth must be painful as she held on to the last of her consciousness. Nevertheless, she looked up at me. I'm right here, so don't cry. Thank you, Watchman of Death, who is mine and only mine. Goodbye. She smiled as she closed her eyes.
私は
Oh man.
君に礼を言われることなど何一つしていない。
I have done nothing at all to deserve your things. This game is too scared for me. Too sad for me. How dare they do this to me? Dude, I cried in Eve's story. I was like, shh. Eve's is one of the most heartbreaking stories because Eve's himself is just the most precious cinnamon roll in the world. And he just wants to be loved. Like, that's it. That's all he wants. And he'll do anything. He'll do anything for love. Everything was coming to an end as my tears were carried off by the hot winds.
あと少しでいい。生きろ。もしかしたら君を救う何かが。
I beg you, just hang on a little longer. There might still be a way to save you. In the end, there was no miracle. The raging flames expanded. The body of the girl I loved was transformed into ash. It crumbled away through my fingers as I held her. As that cruel scene unfolded before me, my hope changed completely to despair.
やだ。やだ。
From both the Lycoris VOD and the toxins released by her body, my weeping body began to erode as Lycoris markings began to bloom on me. I held the charred remains of the woman I loved, knowing that her beautiful corpse would remain alone here in Arpachel. How dare you?
本当は諦めたくなどなかった。今この瞬間だけでも君に奇跡が起きてほしかったんだ。どうして世界はこんなにも優しい君にだけ残酷なのだろう。
So something to know about Ankou specifically. I told you about how he's Adolf, but like from the future, that traveled back to the past. Part of that also is because he went so far back into the past by mistake. He lived a few hundred years before she even came, and he was already like had been experimented on for like a long time. And then when he meets the Drifter's like, well, why don't you eat the Lycoris flowers to try and build up an immunity towards them, because maybe that'll save her life. And when he eats them, he feels agonizing pain to the point that he thought about quitting. He thought about stopping it. because he was in so much pain. He thought that dying might be better. So imagine being in so much pain that you're like, maybe I should die. And then the person you came back for still dies. It's pretty dark. To be honest, I never intended to give up. Even now, I am hoping for a miracle. How can the world be so cruel to you despite your kindness? Dang. So he's got, like, the worst life. Just the worst. Alright, we're gonna go with the other one now. Della Coda, Virche della Coda. No, Despair. Desespoir. And then we're gonna do Salut. But yeah, that's our boy Ankou. Gotta love him. Just realized I forgot to put the U in his name. It's just Ankou. I can't do it. Oh no. Well, I don't know if I can do his long story right now. I really wanted to do it in one sitting. What time am I doing things today? Oh no. Oh, okay. I guess I could do it. I guess I could try. I don't think I can finish it. I don't think I can finish it in one sitting. That's my only problem. Alright, we'll see. What's the worst that could happen? I have to stop. I have to stop playing Ankou's route. Oh gosh. Okay. The moon looks beautiful tonight, says the woman. That means I love you.
片方には酒、もう片方には死神に見入られた国から流れ着いた
Maybe not in this
黒
universe.
き災いの花。
She had alcohol in one hand, and the other were black flowers of misfortune hailing from a land bewitched by death.
花を飾り、月を見上げ。
She arranged the flowers looking up at the moon.
過去に思いを馳せながら飲む酒も悪くないと彼女は豪快に笑った。
And let out a hearty laugh, thinking of how nostalgic memories of the past added flavor to the drink in her hand. I didn't make it in time. Why?
どうしてこんなことに。
Why has this happened? I lamented as I embraced her soulless body. I closed my eyes. Memories of her living only moments ago flowed endlessly into my
頼
mind.
む。いつもみたいに俺の名を呼んでくれ。
Please, Leah, please call my name like you usually do.
俺はまだお前に何一つ生きる希望を与えていない。
I haven't given you a single hope to live for yet. She didn't respond. The only thing I could hear were the raindrops on her body and my echoing cries. She wouldn't return, regardless of my regret. Adolphe! Her voice calling my name full of laughter. Adolphe, with a hint of concern. Adolphe, with affection. I would never hear it again. Leah, no matter how much I begged for her to open her eyes, my unrequited feelings poured forth alongside my memories of her. I kissed Leah's unmoving lips. That's right, I forgot. They were awfully cold. I couldn't expect a miracle akin to those often seen in fairy tales. The woman I held would never wake up. Her pitiful expression was frozen in time. This was my reality, the woman I loved most. She was bound to the curse and forced to leave this world at 18 years old. I won't accept this ending. The death that took her from me, the curse, and whoever was responsible. Everybody loves kissing us after death has got to be the most unhinged thing I've read today. I mean, I get it. I totally see why you said it, but like, one day I'll kill them all. Will he though? Really? From the bottom of my heart, I loathed the fate that condemned her to this, as well as my own helplessness. What am I, just a corpse, just dead? I lived my entire life among corpses. Close. I was a sinister girl who brought misfortune to those around her, known as death itself. That was who I was. I was dreaming. Just like the black Lycoris flowers. Many, many lives were scattered into the crimson light, the nightmare. Everything was burning, everything was being consumed. Then the face of the boy who tried to save me. Hot, so hot. Someone, anyone help me. Please. Please save her. No matter how much he pleaded, no one came to save me. Why? God, why instead of a sinner like me? Why did you burn the flesh of the kid, kind boy who was trying to save death? He let out a horrific scream. And with that, the memory ended. I'm trying to figure out where exactly it's gonna start, like story-wise. Please, Leah, please call my name like you usually do. I haven't given you a single hope to live for yet. I heard a voice. A voice of someone crying out sadly. I love the amount of lore and quality of writing, but dang, this is sad. Yeah, this game had no qualms with giving you bad endings and like sad endings and being like, guess what? They're a great couple together, except for the fact that they both died. Like, what? No! I awoke with a silent scream. My body was drenched in sweat and I could feel my chest heave with pained breath. I tried to calm myself, placing my hands over my heart. I felt it beating. I had not been burned, nor was I cold and lifeless, which meant I'm alive. Was I alive? Just as I had finished uttering those words, another thought arose from within. A dream. I let out a sigh and looked around the room. Go on, but like, why were you dreaming that? Why were you dreaming that? Yes, this is definitely my room. Is this gonna be like AI? It's like it's a room, but it's like a replication of your room as I adjust my sitting posture because my body doesn't like it. The image I saw were from my past, a nightmare. From your past? The past where you murdered yourself? All the orphanages. I just realized what's happening. In the original game, it starts with her dying. But that was a trick. That wasn't part of the dream. The dream was only the fire. And then you go, huh, what a weird story. How weird. She died. But like, it was a dream. All the orphanages looked so similar that my dream blended easily into reality. Maybe it's just me. I feel like I've been having the same dream over and over again. And I don't remember exactly, but I think I saw something strange just before waking up. I gently shook my head to wake myself up and heard a light knock on my door. It's Mom!
もう起きてる？入っても構わないかしら。
Leah, are you awake? May I come in? Yes, please come in. I still haven't had a chance to get dressed yet,
そん
but
なこと気にしなくていいのに。私とあなたの仲じゃない。
there's no need to worry. It'll be just you and me then.
おは
Why need
よ
to
う。
skip?
今日もとってもいい天気ね。
Good morning, Leah. What a wonderful day it is. Good morning, Mother. I'll get dressed quickly and start on the laundry for
慌
today.
てなくて大丈夫よ。朝食もまだなのだから。
There's no need to rush. We haven't had breakfast yet after all. This was Sister Salome. It was 7 years ago after the events of my fiery dream. The founder of this orphanage took me in when I had nowhere else to go. All the children raised here, as well as those who have left to stand on their own, lovingly referred to her as Mother. It was she who had instructed us to do so. Judging by her appearance alone, I would say she was around the same age as I was. But in this country, known as Arpachel, appearances was the least trusted of all. Then again, going strictly by physical age, no one of 23 years or older existed here.
それで、その朝食の件なんだけど、
And speaking of breakfast,
全員分の朝食を作るのをあなたも手伝ってくれないかしら。
I was wondering if you could help me prepare breakfast for everyone. Are we really going to play through the entire beginning of the story again? Huh? My bewildered response was not because I intended to refuse, but Mother, it's just that... Aren't the children going to hate that idea?
そんなことないわ。あなたはもっと自分の料理の腕に自信を持つべきよ。
This all happened in the prologue, just to be clear. In the original game, this exact scene, she makes the breakfast, they don't want to eat it, she feels really bad about it. Not at all. You should have more confidence in your cooking
変な
ability.
噂や偏見なんて吹き飛ばしてしまうぐらい。あなたの作る料理は美味しいのだから。
Your cooking is delicious enough to put any strange rumors of prejudice to rest. I see. I'm sorry for saying such a thing so early in the morning. I'll help prepare breakfast. I just need a moment to change my clothes.
ええ、待っているわね。
Good. I'll be waiting. The kinder Mother was, the more I despised myself for always responding with depressing thoughts. Yeah, Mom's so nice. Quit it. After the children finished eating, I quickly got to work clearing the table when out of nowhere, Mother asked if I could prepare dinner for 3 tomorrow because Adolphe is coming over to visit and I haven't seen my big bro in so long ever since he joined the corps. Why dinner for 3?
実は昨べ、通りかかった自警団の人から伝言があったの。
Last night I received a message from the corps.
あなたのお兄様、アドルフが明日の晩泊まりに来たいんですって。
Your dear brother Adolphe is coming to stay the night tomorrow. Adolphe? The news was so uplifting that I momentarily forgot my natural reflexes to appear strong. What? Adolph used to live at the orphanage with us, and he was now 21 years old. I used to often cry and look down on myself, and he would always be there to protect me. He was just like a real brother to me. Since leaving the orphanage, he was now living alone. In Cohen, the commoners' district where we lived, he was the leader of the corps, which looked after public order. It's been a while since Adolph last visited.
自警団の活動も頑張っているみたいだし、
Yes, he's been doing his best in his work at the corps.
あの子をねぎらうささやかな夕食会を3人で開きたいと思って。
I thought the three of us could enjoy a private celebration over
それ
dinner.
ならあなたも遠慮なく腕を振るうことができるでしょ?
Do you feel more motivated to prepare the dinner for us now? Yes, if that's the case. Then I'll make Adolph's favorite stew. Suddenly a thought came to mind. But has Adolph mentioned anything about his health?
Eh?
You know, because of the curse? I know he's strong and probably doing fine, but I'm still worried.
そのことね。
I see.
それなら大丈夫。自警団の人に近況を聞いてみたけれど、健康そのものですって。
Don't you worry. I asked the other members of the corps and they said he's perfectly healthy. I see. That's good to hear.
それじゃあ、早速今日のお仕事をお願いしてもいいかしら。
Can I take it that you're up to the task today? Absolutely. I can help with anything.
頼もしいわね。じゃあ、夕食会の材料を揃えるためのマルシェへの買い出しと、
You're a reliable girl. Well, then I'd like you to pick up some groceries at the marché for dinner and...
セレネボルへの手紙のお使いをまたお願いしてもいいかしら。
Could I ask you to deliver this letter to Corneville? Do I need to sit through all of this? It's really happening. This is the original story. This is beat for beat right now. Beat for beat. My first destination was one of the marketplace in Cohen that was called Marché. I continued my search through the bustling crowd when...
おい、見ろよ。
It's a blonde girl from the orphanage.
間違いない。
Reaper of Death. The people enjoying their conversation stopped. Their cold eyes turned towards
声
me.
がでけえ。目を突きこう
She's gonna curse you. She can cut off your air.
7年前のあの火災みたいに。
She burned that house down.
私なんかまだ新しい体もよ不意打ちみたいに殺され
I'm
て
not gonna
聞
die.
けばあの養護施設でも。
We're not gonna sit through the same conversation we've already had. All the hushed whispers I could hear were clearly about me. I looked towards the gossipers. As they met my eyes, they quickly turned away with expressions of disgust and fear. I'd like to buy some things today. I forced myself to smile and appear unbothered by the situation. The familiar routine did not make me feel sad at all, just lonely. The mere sight of death shopping for food somehow struck fear into their hearts. They all watched me from afar with the usual suspicion. It was no secret. The soul of death dwelled in my body. My existence spread misfortune to others, often worse than death alone. There was some out there who laughed off the superstitious stories at first, but after hearing the details of my life, their laughter eventually subsided. After all, most who became close to me for an extended period of time died an early death brought about by sudden accidents or severe illness. Which is why I was referred to as Death, the Reaper, and other such names. There were two types of curses that I inflicted upon others. One was contracting an incurable illness of unknown origin after becoming close to me. The other was a particular curse that had happened only once before, and that's the fire. The memory of flames returned to my mind. The curse harbored inside me brought about the great fire. The Great Fire of '08. It was 7 years ago today, and it started on my life. At the start of my life, I had lost my parents immediately upon birth. Until the age of 11, I moved from one orphanage to another. My curse was evident even then, with many suspicious deaths occurring around me. Sometimes the founder would die, other times it was the children or the facility itself would be destroyed. At first, everyone was sympathetic for my plight as an unknown orphan. This whole game, yeah. All day, every day, this game is crying. Unlucky orphan, but as strange deaths continued to follow me, things began to change. Soon I was regarded as a bad omen and expelled from most places. I found myself at an orphanage that was well known and held in high esteem. Not only the adults, but the children were kind to everyone. They gave no heed to the rumors and treated me well without any hint of fear. They consoled me, understanding the grief of loss and loneliness that I had felt all my life. Before long, I forgot that I was a source of misfortune and began to live a life of peace and harmony with everyone there. And then, the Fire Nation came. One day, the happiness I had long sought suddenly crumbled away. It started in the room where I stayed, a room absent of any sources of fire. Out of nowhere, a light sparked through the room, followed by a snapping sound. Suddenly there was an explosion. I don't know if that was a freeze on my side or not. The flames that resulted quickly engulfed the facility. Other residents burned to death except for a young boy visiting the orphanage who managed to save me in the process. A fire had been born from nothing, killing the innocent children without mercy. How could it have been considered anything but a curse, misfortune, or even witchcraft? With each fire and each new death from sickness and disease, I carried another sin upon my back, leading the people to refer to me as death. It didn't take long for everyone to follow suit. From then on, people threw stones at me. Without a place to go or the courage to take my own life, I finally fell into despair. It was then that a dolphin mother found me and brought me to the orphanage where I have stayed to this day. I feel incredible gratitude towards them both. I finished my shopping with the thought in mind, making my way out to the marché towards the next stop to deliver the letter. As I was walking, there was a man calling out to everyone, telling them that his girlfriend had died. And then his girlfriend is gonna go become a reliver, and it's so casual. Okay, we're gonna start skipping. I can't. And then, a thought came to my mind. That's incredible. I feel blah, 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 blah. People die at 23 here, and then they go and become relivers. It's only natural. Other? Is it finally going to be different now? Because, like...
四方を海と黒いリコリスに囲まれた小国アルペシェール
Is that the hut? The small country of Arpachel is surrounded by the sea and filled with black Lycoris. Oh, I should probably stop playing with this.
この国で生まれ育った人間は
Oh, it's
はるか
Eves.
昔
It's Eves?
この土地を司る死神が振りまいたという恐ろしい呪いにより
Is this the Drifter? I can't remember the Drifter's voice. Those born here are said to live under the dreaded curse of death who has ruled over the land since ancient
長
times.
くとも23年しか生きることができない
The longest that one can live is 23 years. The curse ate away at one's lungs. Those of frail constitute usually had symptoms arise in early youth. Once that person reached 20 years of age, an unsettling fatigue and breathing difficulties set in. And when they reach 22, they succumb to various ailments, exhibiting more severe symptoms of their aging. And then, should a person somehow survive until 23 years old, they were on the brink of death, unable to even get out of bed. None made it to their next year, and they all met their end by vomiting blood and suffocating to death. Naturally.
万人に等しくいびつな死が降り注ぐこの国を
All who live face a
か
twisted
つて
death.
ただ一人この地に流れ着いた異国からの来訪者
It's Mathis, isn't it? It was to this country that a soul drifted ashore from a far off
今は
land, known as the
死神
Drifter.
に見入られた国
Country's a land possessed by death. Okay, okay. It was around 6 years ago, located in the country's center, was the research district Corneville, where all particular technology was employed, altering the concept of life and longevity. I handed the letter to the guard. The research facility was closed to the castle where the royal family, blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. I never stepped foot inside, blah, blah, blah. I was a little curious. I noticed the number of people exiting.
本当に無事に
Glad you came back. The girl who died is now brought back to life. Her arm was a brand new insignia shining brightly. Based on what I could gather, she's a reliver now. They lamented on their short life. This is
それを
Sheen's
可能
music.
としたのはクローンの作成呪いにより限界代わりにあらかじめこの方法この技術
He's just explaining how reliver technology works. We're not. I'm waiting for it to be clearly new. This is all basically from the
リライ
original
バー
game.
と
Lucas, please. Please, Lucas, no. Lucas is a teacher. This is our teacher, Lucas. Why are we getting... Oh, no. Lucas is basically almost 23. Class was dismissed. Thanks for teaching, you know.
え
A certain memory flashback, come to think of it. You're 22, aren't you, my guy? If so, then...
はい私にも決断むしろ今からでは遅
He hadn't made a decision if he wants to be a reliver. He coughed again, because why wouldn't he? Are you alright? Let me get you some water, my guy. Maybe I should move away from you, too.
いえお構いなく
No, don't worry.
おとなしくしていればすぐに収まります
Coughing will go
Nani?
away. Oh my gosh, oh my gosh. So Lucas is the oldest of the love interest from the original story playthrough because he was the one getting closest to his untimely end. I'm just trying not to be close to you, and I rolled back instead of away. He can turn himself into a reliver. He doesn't want to be a reliver because he wants to die.
私のこと健やかに
Feeling
それ
his
は
true love
先
for his
生が
sister
教え子に願い
because Lucas, stop talking. I'm talking. Because if he dies and comes back as a reliver, he will not feel the love he feels for his sister anymore. Man, you're flying through this. It's not intentional, just to be clear. They're just recapping, not recapping, that's not even a recap. They're just replaying the story we've already done before at the beginning of this. So basically all this dialogue I've already done. It's not new. So I'm skipping through it because I'm like, this is the same, this is the same, this is the same. So at some point, I'm hoping very soon it'll change, but that's what's happening. It's not that I would usually read everything, but if it's just repeating, I'm not going to repeat it. They did the same thing in so in the original game, when you did Adolf's story, it basically started the beginning again. And you had to sit there through it, and you had to, it was a while before it diverted into something else. You hate recap, I get it. Actually, yeah, I say we don't do flashbacks up in here. That's what I literally say. The air filled with silence, yada yada. I go to the ocean and I meet Eves there, I assume. A choice I won't regret. blah, blah, blah. Milo's sick. I feel really bad. See, I know what's happening.
Mom.
It hurts. He's like, death is making me sick. Don't talk about your sister that way. I feel really bad about it. I change out of my pajam-jams. Is your hair more blonde? Kind of. We bleached it to get the blue out. I still need to like do another bleaching on the top because we avoided the top the first time. And then it's gonna be pink soon. So I'm excited. Also, hi, Ribbon. We're gonna meet Eves. He's gonna be smelling the flowers. Lycoris are everywhere. See, this is just... Now we're learning what the flower of misfortune is. I know what the flower of misfortune is. You touch it, you're gonna die. Dead. Da da da. Hope Milo's okay. Naturally. Oh wait, is this not gonna run to Eve's? Wait. I was given a room to myself. She had a room to herself in this orphanage. I mentioned this before because when she shares a room, the person with her usually dies. They just die naturally. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna save so I don't skip too much and end up realizing I did something bad. I'm death. Lol lol lol. Regrets, as it were. Strong gale blew from the ocean. The wind whipped up countless black petals. The slight red glow in the fearsome jet black petals was bewitching and beautiful. I was captivated by the storm of flowers for a moment before I noticed. Eves! That's right. In the middle of the Lycoris field stood a young man wearing a half mask. Yeah. Oh, Eves. We make eye contact, and I do what anyone would do in this situation, and I run away. I run away. I'm like, aw, shoot. Sorry. I apologize and fled the scene as fast as I could. I recognize that hair. He's like, I wonder if that's the girl that I saved and got this burn from, you know. Huff huff. Running. How's pharmacy? It's good so far. I'm learning the stuff, which is the big part right now. I have to start memorizing things. It's gonna take a while. Was it just me or was that Masked Man? When in doubt, run. Exactly. If you make eye contact with somebody, run away. It's too much. Oh my gosh, this part of his face is... He was covering... yeah, she recognized it too. It can't be. Could it be? How many people wear masks? I heard it again. Oh no, that's right. Okay. She's gonna come up to a bunch of dead bodies. I love this part. Somehow, she ends up covered in blood, if I recall. Like, no reason. She's like, oh, I found dead bodies. Now I'm covered in blood. Pile of bodies. OMG. And then, again, back to running away. Screaming, and then a doll shows up and he's like, girl, what you doing? And she's all like, I did nothing. Yeah, my brother. We have what's happened? Whoa, I was death, the people are here. She's like, dude, I didn't do it. I saw it. I didn't do it. Just like, goodness. So, why are they doing this to us again? They did the same thing last time. I don't want to relive this. I was here already. It was because of him I could regain my senses. Then people show up. They're like, look at her. She did this. They're like, Bakemono. And then, I'm still not over her being completely covered in blood. I gotta lurk, enjoy the rest of the stream. I don't know if I will. It's hard to say. I don't plan on streaming too long today, but I also didn't plan on starting Ankou's route. We're breezing through it right now, though. But I thank you for being here so long with me and spending time with me. All right, let's go. Adolph accepted it. Acted as my support. He's your girlfriend. She's like, I would never date my brother. Tonight, this mass murder sent a wave of shock through the district, similarly to the fire from before. But it wasn't my fault. They were already dead when I got here. I looked up at the sky. The beauty of the moon was almost sickening. Okay, this is new. As I lay on my back in the field of black lycorises. Finally. I continued to endure the severe pain that was torturing my heart and body. In fact, I'm going to put a marker right here. Yeah, that was like almost an hour we just did of, or no, 30 minutes, about 30 minutes. That was 30 minutes of me skipping a bit of it too after I realized it was just recapping, so. I didn't even have the strength to yell anymore. Instead of, I gripped at my heart and desperately scratched at my skin, but my wounds quickly healed. The pain continued unchanged with no rest. This is an interesting thing because they don't talk about him still feeling pain. I assumed it, like, got easier over time. I've begged over and over to die and escape from this pain. More than the pain itself, nothing was worse than having to bear it alone. Even now, my instincts told me it would be easier to die. But still, thinking about it, all my life I had always thought those words, but still, I was still alive. I was still enduring. Still. Still, I can still fight. If it means the girl I lost before has the chance to live. I somehow moved my tortured body and managed to stand up. I looked up at the moon. I didn't have memories of it, but I knew things were going to be slightly different than that nightmarish day. Since I would be at fate's crossroads tomorrow. As if to accent... As if to accent the moon, a strong gust of wind whipped up black licorice petals into the air. This is not a prayer to God, but as I watched the petals fly by, I slowly plucked a licorice and rested it on my palm. Then I searched. A second gust carried it away, and it fell into the nearby sea. Please watch over my friend. I prayed to the flowers and above all to myself that somehow I could lead the person I cherished most to a brighter future. That was new. The tragic night had come to a close, and a gentle morning light shone into my room. Adolphe, who protected me last night, convened with his patrol unit after bringing back blah 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 blah. Are we getting back to flashbacks? Back to the stuff. Mother greeted us with a pale face. Oh, you guys are killing me. Hang on. I'm gonna keep making marks on this just because I'm sure there's other people who are like me who don't want to just keep living in the past story. Milo was fine. I was fine. I woke up. I looked outside. The world was black. There was a riot outside. And they wanted me to die. And then Yves shows up and Hugo show up. And they come to save me, sort of.
お引き取り何を今ま
いや、あんたたまに来る
確かに
高く使おうならここだと俺が
They pretend that they're here to fix stuff because, you know, they claim, you know, he's like, it was a coincidence. She didn't do this to me.
イブたちそれ来るん
They did this to me last time. They've wronged me. I looked on. He looked at me. Then my reunion with him brought back the Crimson Nightmare once again. Okay, they did do a time skip here. So previously she had this very long conversation with him. And then this happened. So they skipped that. That's nice. As we spoke to the children, I guess that's not nice. We were suddenly hit by an explosion in flames. The embers fluttered in the air as the smell of burning stung my nose. No, Yves, wake up. Yves was lying on his back. I desperately pumped his chest with my hands in an effort to save him from death. But no matter how many times I repeated the process, neither his pulse nor his breathing returned. Leah let him go. And well, this isn't fair. I'm still skipping a bit because this is still flashbacking. I was reliving what happened 7 years ago. That's why this time I need to save him. Stop it. He grabbed my arm and pried me away from Yves' cold body. I slumped down to the floor. Lucas took my place next to Yves and began checking his pulse. Reliver. Can't. He doesn't have a backup. He felt regretful.
急ぎ連絡を入れたので、病院の方たちがすぐに到着する。死亡判断がしやすいよう、服の前を広げても。
She might have exposed his chest to confirm his death. Yeah, uses the knife. Dolph bit his lip, drops the knife.
子供やサロメさんを避難させている。
ああ、あいつ。
Well, you informed Hugo. I could hear their conversation, but most of it was clouds in my mind. It's my fault. It's all my fault. He met me, and I cursed him. He's dead because of me. I take the knife, sneak it up my sleeve. They'll never know. Lucas were grieving. They didn't notice me. I snuck out the back. Without a single soul noticing my departure, I made my way to the field of Lycorises, where I decided to end it all. I found myself in a familiar place awaiting my punishment. Under the leakened sky, I sat alone in a field of black Lycoris surrounded by the symbol of death. The black Lycorises swayed as I welcomed my decision as one of their own. In my weakened hand was a single dagger that I could barely grasp. That dagger I took from that place. I guess this is it. The words sparked my memory. I slowly began to recall the faces of all the people I've killed thus far, and we're gonna skip that because it shows a flower field and the blooms. Yeah. The people, the flowers. Yeah. The kids here just dying. We're just gonna skip it until the flowers stop dying. 4, 5, 7, 8. And then there's this, where she destroyed an entire orphanage. And she's like, I might as well blame myself for the alley murders. How many have I counted?
死神だ。あいつ。
Death, it's death. It's my fault. I killed them all. Goodness gracious. I positioned the dagger in my hand. I dragged a dagger that was his treasure, not mine. The cold light that gleamed from it felt to me like the warmth of a hearth. Iconic moment. I become death. Imagine if Ankou went through all this trouble and was like 5 minutes too late for this. 5 seconds. I pointed it to my neck. I couldn't let fear take hold of me now. With every passing day I lived as death, more lives were lost, wilting away and scattering like Lycoris petals. They wilted, they scattered, they went up in flames, and I could no longer bear it. Dear God, I've killed so many people. I accept that I am a sinner. I have no right to live again. I strengthened my grip on the hilt of the dagger to stop my hands from shaking. As a single teardrop fell, I brought it towards my throat.
死神の少女が死の花園にてその命を散らすか。
The Maiden of Death seeks to end her life in the Garden of Death.
実に惹かれる光景だが、いささかそれは請求だ。
A fascinating decision, but one made in haste. He appeared before me suddenly.
仮にも自らを神だと名乗るなら。
You think yourself the god of death?
行為の存在らしく、もっとずぶとく傲慢に。
In that case, you should be more brazen.
人間たちを陥れ、嘲笑いながら生きても許されると思うけれどね。
Laugh and bring ruin to the puny humans while living life as you please. He gave a wide grin as his eyes curved mischievously. He reached out to me with a frail hand. His bare fingers wrapped around the blade of the dagger, pointed at my throat, spilling a significant amount of his own blood. I should have been angry to be robbed of the death I wanted, but... You're bleeding. I was trying to kill myself so that no one else would come to harm. It wouldn't make sense for someone to die alongside me. Let go right now. You need to stop the bleeding.
やれやれ。優しいのは結構だが、落ち着きたまえ。
My, how very kind of you, but no need to fuss. The person who appeared out of nowhere rested his bloodied finger against my lips.
言ったろ？もっと君はずぶとく傲慢であるべきだと。
Like I said, you should be far more brazen. He slowly moved his finger. The color traced over my lips like lipstick, painting them red. An indescribable shiver ran down my spine, preventing me from moving away. The blood on his finger dripped down my lips and into my mouth. Instead of iron, it tasted like sweet nectar.
私は人ではないからね。
Let me just say that I am not human.
だから、現世で受けた傷などすぐに塞がる。
Which is why wounds afflicted upon me in this world will heal immediately. Just as I was about to ask him more, your wounds are already healed. Who are you? The mysterious man had a bewitching presence that didn't seem to be of this world. He smiled eerily and spoke.
はじめまして、死神のお嬢さん。
Nice to meet you, fair lady of death.
私はこの国の死の番人、アンク。
I am the watchman of death, Ankou.
悲劇に嘆く麗しい姫君に、とある契約を持ちかけるべく、
My boy.
冥界より馳せ参じた。
I've come here from Hades to propose a contract with a beautiful princess grieving over a recent tragedy.
私との約束を果たしたら、君を普通の女の子に生まれ変わらせてあげよう。
If you satisfy my terms, I will make sure that you are reborn as a normal girl. This was my encounter with the one who would lead me to either salvation or despair. My encounter with Ankou, the Watchman of Death. Watchman of Death contract? I didn't understand what he was trying to say. Before I knew it, a rain around us moved away, as if fearing his presence. This Ankou watchman was observing my confusion with glee. He had literally appeared in front of me out of nowhere. The first thought that came to mind upon seeing him was suspicious. Still, the deep wound that the dagger should have left on the palm of his hand vanished without a trace in a matter of seconds. It was difficult to imagine that he could be some ordinary person with delusions of grandeur. Either he's using some kind of trick to hide the wound, or he wasn't really injured in the first place. The wound and the blood I saw could have been fake, but that wouldn't explain what I felt when he cut open his hand and the dagger's blade. The blood from his fingers that dripped into my mouth seemed real too. I took a step back to put distance between us before asking him a question. Let me ask you one more time, who and what are you? Why did you get in my way? How did you heal yourself? And I kicked the desk. Naturally.
そんなに私という男に興味があるのかい?
Do I interest you as a man to such a degree? Huh?
対面早々そこまで熱く迫られるとは男冥利に尽きるじゃないか。
I never expected that you would approach me with such passion. I admit it brings me great pleasure.
ぜひこのまま私と共にこの花園で秘密の仰せをと
I would love to invite you to join me in a rendezvous in the field of flowers, but
残念なことにこの口説き文句を君はお気に召さなかったらしいね。
Unfortunately, I'm afraid you're not too fond of hearing my sweet words to you.
可能な限り質問に応じることでご機嫌取りをさせてもらおうか。
Perhaps I should begin by answering your questions as an overture to please you. He spoke with a graceful bow.
先ほど名乗った通り、私はこの国の死を司る番人。
As I mentioned earlier, I am the watchman of death.
世界の底に存在する死者が住まう冥界にて。
In the underworld of Hades, where the dead reside.
この国で終焉を迎えた者たちの魂の管理を任されている。
I've been entrusted with the care of the souls who have reached their end.
とはいえ、この国には極端に短命か、いびつな転生を繰り返す者しかいないゆえ。
Those who call this land home live short lives, twisting the laws of death to wring out as much as they can before
い
it.
ささか退屈なのだがね。
I find it rather boring. Ankou let out a chuckle.
だからこそ、
Which is why
私はずっと君と会える日を心待ちにしていたんだ。同胞の姫君。
the thing is, I could be skipping part of this, but part of this is because it is Ankou's story. I don't know if something new might get pushed into this. So far, it doesn't feel like there's anything new in here. I have been waiting a long, long time for the day I could finally meet you, Leah, my dear partner and princess. Partner. Ankou grinned.
君が自称していたではないか。自分は死神だと。
You said it yourself, didn't you, that you are dead?
魂が死で満ちている君と死を司る私。まさに同胞と呼ぶにふさわしい。違うかい?
Death inhabits your soul, and I'm the watchman of death. That makes us partners, doesn't it? The thing he said didn't make any sense. The more I heard, the more confused I became. It was like someone was forcing me to listen to a fairy tale they made up themselves. Still, there was something about the words that penetrated my heart. If what he says is true, that means my soul really is the soul of death. Hearing it confirmed in this way didn't sadden me, since it was the very reason I had sought to kill myself. No matter how many times I glanced at him warily, he seemed completely unbothered. If I didn't find a way to end our conversation soon, I wouldn't be able to carry out my plan to kill myself. Ankou, was it? Let me ask you something. If I really am death, then why was I born as a human in this country? Why does my existence bring death to those around me? Can you answer that?
もちろん知っているとも。それは
Of course, that is because
君がのを有しているからで。
you possess the what? I couldn't hear what he was trying to say. Seeing me tilt my head quizzically, Ankou rubbed his throat a little with his fingers and
よる
your parents are dead. I don't know. Your chromosomes are magic? He spoke again, but I still couldn't hear him clearly.
なるほど。
I see.
あれの影響か。肝心な時に役に立たない分際でとことん私の邪魔をしてくれる。
You can't hear me because of that. Unless, as it is, it seems to get in my way at the worst times. Is there a problem with us speaking?
いや、すまない。一応は私も神に近い存在だからね。
Don't mind me. I'm simply something of a god.
どうやら権限に伴い、現世のものへの過度な干渉を世界そのものから禁じられてしまったようだ。
It seems as though this world has forbidden my physical manifestation from interfering in affairs excessively.
私としても今すぐにこの真実を君へ伝えたかっただけに。
It's a
本当に
shame,
残念だよ。
for I would have loved to tell the truth. And this part still doesn't make sense. I don't know why that happens. It really doesn't make sense in the grand scheme of things if he is time traveling, especially since they act like he told the Drifter everything. Is that so? It sounded like an exaggeration to me, but judging from the look on his face, he seemed to want to tell me something.
ともあれ、私は大事な同胞である君を救うために現れた。
In any case, I have come here to save my precious
このま
partner.
ま死を見届け、真の故郷たる冥界へ招くのも救いの一つではあるのだろうが。
Allowing you to die and guiding you back home to Hades is my way, but...
理
It's
不
one way,
尽な
but...
不幸に翻弄され、人々に蔑まれたまま死ぬというのも、いささか悔しくはないかね。
Isn't it a little frustrating to die at the mercy of absurd misfortune and the scorn of others? Ankou asked me in a way that did not even attempt to hide his intentions. What are you trying to say?
そのままの意味さ。
Exactly what I said.
どうして私ばかりがこんな目に。贅沢は望まないから普通の人間のように暮らしたい。
Why do I always have to go through all this? All I'm asking for is to live a normal life of a
君
human.
は優しいが無欲ではない。そういったことを考えたのは一度や二度じゃないだろう。
Kind as you are, you still suffer from human desire. I assume such thoughts have crossed your mind more than once. Well, I can't deny that. I shifted my gaze away, but I could still see him grinning in the corner of my
そ
eye.
こで、先ほど私が持ちかけた契約だ。
Hence the contract I've proposed.
実を言うと、現状この国は死に愛されているのではなく、
This land is not loved by death in the way you may
死
believe.
に愛されすぎている国となり、呪い以外にも多くの死がはびこっている。
In fact, it has become so loved that death exists here in more ways than
君
the
もすでに
curse.
その一つに遭遇しているだろう。
I do believe you've encountered one of death's forms already. That would be Lucas. Huh?
君
you
の
referring to
呪い
that?
は人を花のように美しく倒り散らす呪いだ。
Your curse is plucking petals from a flower and bloom and scattering them in the
あん
wind.
な血と臓物をまき散らすだけの粗暴な死に様と一緒にしないでくれ。
Do not read the gruesome spilling of blood and do not treat the gruesome spilling of blood and entrails as something of your doing. I felt like he was trying to pay me a compliment, but he didn't make me feel happy at all. So what you're saying is that incident had nothing to do with me, that it was done by someone else?
断言はできないが、おそらく。
I cannot say for certain, but it is possible. Ankou played with his long hair, continuing as if I had touched on an important point.
死者が増えすぎて、冥界側というより、この国の担当である私が非常に困っているんだ。
The increased number of departing souls has given me some trouble as the
こ
watchman.
のままでは、輪廻のバランスが崩壊することは必然。
If this keeps up, it'll completely disrupt the balance of reincarnation.
そこで、散らされる命の削減を同胞たる君に願いたい。
And so I asked my dear partner to assist in reducing the number of deaths.
すなわち、人々の救済だ。
In other words, to save the living.
私と契約を結んだ上で、この国に救ういずれかの死の真実にたどり着いたその時は、
I wish for you to enter into a contract with me if you are able to arrive at the truth behind the deaths.
お礼として私の力で君を普通の人間の女の子へ
I'll
戻してあげよ
use
う。
my powers to turn you into a normal human girl.
誰も死なせることのない幸福に生きることができる少女にね。
One who can live happily at last, who will not bring death upon those around her. An ordinary girl. I had longed to hear those words all my life.
さあ、どうかな。
So, what do you say?
奪うのではなく、誰かを救うことで幸福を得ることができるのだよ。
You can achieve your happiness by rescuing others rather than ruining them.
君にとって決して悪い提案じゃないと思うんだが。
I don't think this is such a bad proposition. He was right. I'd be lying if I said I had never thought about it before. Living a peaceful life with my beloved family, not worried about killing anyone, is the future. If what he says is true, and I was actually able to live that sort of life, I could only imagine how happy I'd be. However, no. I was about to nod in response to his tempting offer, but I shook my head instead.
私の言葉が信じられないと？
You do not believe what I've told you. That's not it. Believing what you said and accepting your proposal are two separate things. It's true that I've longed to live a normal life, but for me to wish for such a thing, I shouldn't forget the reason I came out here to the Lycoris field to begin with. I've killed too many people to have a wish like mine come true. I can't forgive myself for that. That's why, please don't get in my way. I want to die. I don't want to live as Leah any longer. What? On impulse, I reached toward Ankou's hand to try and take back the dagger. He suddenly pulled away from me.
バカなことを言うな!
Don't say something so foolish. This is different. I think. It feels different. With his open hand, he forcefully grabbed me by the wrist.
死にたい。裁かれたい。ふざけるな!
You want to die? You want to be judged? Don't be ridiculous.
裁かれるべき存在はもっと他にいるはずだというのに。
There are others who should be punished, not you.
私は君のそんな言葉を聞くためにここまでたどり着いたのではない。
I did not come all this way just to hear you say something like that. He completely ignored my desire to die. His calm demeanor has vanished. Oh. He was denying my death as if it was his throat that was being slit. Please stop, I'm begging you. Before I knew it, I was crying out like a child. Oh, snap. I have no other choice but to die. I need to die. I've continued living and taking the lives of so many people. I don't need a future where I'm a normal girl living a happy life. If you have the power to make me normal, I want you to bring back all the people I've killed instead. That, now at a loss for words, he seems to have regained his composure. I apologize for getting so emotional. I understand your proposition should be something that gives me hope. But I'm scared. I'm scared to continue living with this soul that's been stained with sin. Leah. He did not call me Leah. At that, I felt his grip loosen. Still.
私は君をこのまま死なせるわけにはいかない。
I can't let you. I can't let you die like this. He tightened his grip again, as if changing his mind. Why not?
言っただろう。持ちかけた契約を果たしてくれなければ、私が困ると。
I told you I'd be troubled if you do not fulfill the contract.
本来の故郷たる冥界へ君を招くのは。 In
addition, it's still too soon to bring you home to Hades. In other words, he seems to be hinting that I didn't have the right to refuse.
とはいえ、この程度の説得で君の決意が揺らぐとは思えない。
I can see my reasoning is not likely to change your decision.
だが、せめてもう少しだけ答えを先延ばしにしてはくれないか?
At the very least, could I ask you to hold off on answering for a while longer?
時間さえくれれば、私が君が契約を果たしたいと願う理由を与えてみせる。
With a little more time, perhaps I can offer a suitable reason for you to accept. To be honest, I didn't want to agree. I wanted to die. I wanted to stick to my selfish decision, but considering he had taken my dagger, there was no reason to resist, even though I could totally jump off a cliff. But perhaps there wasn't a way for me to even run away. Above all, I understand. If Ankou's claims were true, I should warn someone before the number of deaths increase any further. So for now, I decided to delay my death for just a little longer. Ankou seemed to have sensed my decision and gently pulled my arm closer to him.
私と共に行こう、姫君。このまま家族のもとへ帰るつもりはないのだろう?
Please come with me, princess. You do not intend to return to your family now, do you? I nodded. At my response, Ankou put the dagger he took from me into his pocket.
君を狭い鳥かごに閉じ
Okay, we're gonna pause. We're gonna load. And try the other option. What should I do? For some reason, having my death denied made the man in front of me felt miserable. Then tell me, what should I do? Before I knew it, I was crying out like a child. All right.
言っただろう?
Okay.
君を狭い鳥かごに閉じ込めるのは本意ではないんだが、現状安全な場所はあそこしかない。
Didn't really change too much. I have no plans to confine you to a cage, but given the situation at hand, perhaps it would be the safest option. As if I were a child, he took my hand in the way a father or a brother might. He then began walking slowly, matching the pace of my unsteady footsteps. Ankou led me to a hidden cave near the shore. It was small but spacious cave, minimally furnished.
ここは私が地上で活動するために用意した隠れ家のようなものでね。
What game was I supposed to grab today? It doesn't matter. I don't need it. I didn't pre-order it for a reason, I'm sure. This is the hideout I prepared myself for use while on the surface.
一人で過ごすには不便しないが、何分客人を招くことが初めてでね。不自由があったらすまない。
Using it alone has not been an issue. However, you are my first guest, so I apologize for any discomfort. I don't mind it.
今日はここで眠るといい。君が悪夢を見ないよう、夢の中を見張ってあげよう。
You should sleep here for tonight. I will guard you in your dreams to prevent any nightmares. Don't make lies. Seeing that I remained unmoving, Ankou led me to the bed and gently sat me down. It's okay, I can sleep on the floor.
構わない。もともと私はリコリスの花園で寝ることが多いから、その寝台はあまり使っていないのだよ。
I do not mind sleeping on the floor. I usually sleep in the Lycoris field, so the bed is rarely in use.
まあ、手入れはしているから安心してくれたまえ。
But I do look after it, so please make yourself comfortable. I wasn't worried about that, but I am sorry for taking it. There wasn't any way of getting Ankou, who was looking down at me, to take the bed.
私にいつか答えを示すためにも、今は心身ともに休む必要がある。
You need to rest your body and mind in order to give me your response. Is that not so? You're right. I had given up on resisting and decided to go along with what he wished. After he made sure I had gotten into bed, Ankou leaned on his side, sitting down in a way he seemed to be very comfortable in.
おやすみ、姫君。今の君に良い夢をとは言えないが、どうか少しでも心を休めてくれ。
Good night, princess. I cannot wish you sweet dreams just yet, but please do try to rest your heart. In response to his kind voice, thank you very much. Perhaps because of my crying from earlier, I was suddenly overcome with sleepiness. Yeah. I still couldn't trust him or what he said to me, but considering he was letting me sleep here, I felt that I had to say it. Good night. It seemed like my quiet voice had reached him.
ああ、おやすみ。
Yes, good night. He answered in a way that made it seem like he wasn't completely used to our world. Ah! Before I knew it, he seemed to have fallen asleep. Listening carefully, I could hear the deep breaths of the person who had led me here. Meeting him wasn't a dream after all. But I could clearly tell, even without opening my eyes, that the sun hadn't came up yet. I didn't want to sleep anymore. I wonder if Ankou is awake or if he's still sleeping. If it was the latter, I would disrupt his sleep the moment I got up. But just as the thought crossed my mind, Leah. Softly, I felt him stroke my hair with his fingers. I give up.
本来ならこのまま日常に返し、この国の謎を追ってもらうつもりだったんだが。
This is different. Okay, my original plan was to let you go back to your life and investigate the issues of this country, but
解決策を提示してもなお、死を選ぶほど追い詰められていたなんて。
to think you felt so cornered that you'd choose death even after I gave you another option.
ますます気づいてやれなかったが憎くて仕方ない。
I can't help but hate a doll for not noticing. My eyes were closed, but I knew that Ankou was gently stroking my hair. His way of speaking was different from earlier.
お前が死ぬなら、俺も死ぬ。
If you die, then I'll die too.
そう言って止まるのはあくまであいつだけで、私が口にしても意味がないのだろう。
The only one who could stop you with those words is him. Saying them myself would have no meaning.
困ったな。何もかも手遅れだった私には、正解の言葉がわからない。
This is a problem. I can't come up with the right words to say to you at this point. He was still searching for a way to keep me alive. His tone of voice was almost pleading. It was filled with a kindness and sadness unfit for someone who had seen so much death as the resident of Hades. As I continued pretending to sleep, his words gave me a strange feeling. Why was he wishing for me to live with so much sincerity? He's speaking to me as if he's known me for a long time. Was it all for that contract? And if it were, There was no reason to be this kind.
どうしたら私は
Leah, how can I?
君に生きる希望を与えることができる
Give you the hope you need to continue living. Well, I will say I had a thought a while ago that what he should have done is when she was born in the Lycoris field as an orphan, was take her from the field as a baby and raise her. So then she wasn't killing people left and right, and so she wasn't developing this traumatic experience her entire life. But what do I know? He called me his partner, even though he and I had only just met. What do? Meanwhile, connected to the royal family's castle was the National Research Institute, the center of the country's technology. In a flashback.
恋愛感情の負荷によるメモリークラッシュ。それが変死の原因ですか？
Cause of death is a memory crash resulting from overload in romantic
言われ
emotion.
てみれば納得ですけど、それ僕に話しちゃっていいんですか？そんな欠陥が国民に知られたら。
When you put it that way, it makes sense, but are you sure you want to tell me this? If word gets out that there's a bug exists.
構わん。この事実を隠したがっているのは王族どもだけだ。
It's fine, only the royal family wants to hide the truth. The savior of this cursed country and the founder of Reliver technology, the genius loved by God, Shin Borofi, continued to speak to his deputy director,
そも
Dahat.
そもこのメモリークラッシュは本来すべての恋愛成立パターンで起こるものではない。
Memory crashes don't occur in every instance of romantic
初
love.
の事例となったあの二人のように相当強烈な感情でなければ俺の開発したメモリーは揺らぎもせん。
The memory capacity won't fill unless the overflow is at the level of those two who were the first known cases, aka Sirius/Leah's parents. Which was why
一晩のうちにあんな大量の死者が出るのは明らかにおかしい。
for a large number of people to die in one night is highly unusual.
原因を調べるために近衛兵どもに死体の回収を命じたというのに。
That's why I ordered the royal guards to collect the bodies for me to autopsy. However, the hot groaned, knowing what he was going to say.
運ばれてくるはずだった死体も、この衛兵たちも、ブローによってぐっちゃぐちゃ。
But the bodies that were supposed to arrive along with the royal guard were beaten into a pulp by
遺
Burrow.
族と交渉して、埋葬されたお墓から回収するって手もありますけど、王族の皆さんに何を言われるか。
You could try to negotiate with the families who buried the other bodies, but I bet the royal family wouldn't be happy. Sheen ignored his subordinates' mumbling and went deep into thought. The most likely possibility was that someone broke into the system he developed and caused the deaths that way. He checked the log, but couldn't find any traces of tampering. That either meant it didn't happen or that the culprit covered up their tracks
クラッ
well.
シュしたメモリー。心臓を調べることができない現状。これ以上の判断はできんな。
Assuming the memory did crash, there's no way for me to check without analyzing an affected heart. As long as he had one of the bodies, he could verify under what conditions the heart was manufactured. He considered contacting the corpse or Korun, who were both investigating the deaths.
どうも匂う。
But something isn't right. If the deaths were caused by a third party, the issue shouldn't be something as simple as a memory crash. It also bothered him that Barreau, whom the royal family was trying to hide from the public, was somehow involved. Which meant that it would be best to just keep silent in that case.
ダハト、俺はしばらく研究所を開ける。その間はお前が所長代理だ。
What an interesting turn of events. Dahat, I'm going to be taking a leave of absence. You're the director while I'm gone.
あらかじめ決めておいた予定に従い、実験と生産を進めておけ。報告は俺が戻り次第、まとめてて構わん。
Make sure you keep the predetermined manufacturing and testing schedule. You can give me the reports once I return.
ただ王族どもには俺の不在を隠しておけ。何をやらかすかわからんからな。
Also, don't let the royal family know that I'm gone. It would be a nuisance if they found out.
ちょっと待ってください。デブ将のシアンさんが一体どこに
Wait a second.
何をしに行くんです？
Where would a shut-in like you go all of a sudden, and for what?
何？たまには外での研究も悪くないと思ってな。俺は独自にこの事件を追う。
It won't hurt to do some research outside. I'm going to investigate the deaths myself. He got up and finally take action into his own hands. He decided to be like Thanos and do it himself. Got it. Wow. Perhaps because of Ankou's kind voice and gentle touch, it seemed I had fallen asleep again. Before I realized it, sunlight was streaming in from the cave's entrance. With everything that happened last night, I feel a little uncomfortable.
おはよう、私の姫君。よく眠ることができたかな？
Good morning, my dear princess. Were you able to sleep well? As I anxiously opened my eyes, I found Ankou's beautiful face right in front of me. That's right. I panicked and pulled away to the edge of the bed. Ankou seemed to enjoy himself as he stood and watched my reaction. Good morning. Were you looking at my face this whole time?
そうだ。と言ったらどうする？
What would you say if I said I was? I'd feel embarrassed.
すまないね。君の寝顔があまりにも愛らしかったものだから。
Forgive me, your sleeping face is just so lovely. He's acting completely different from last night. His demeanor had returned to normal and he seemed ready to begin teasing me the first thing in the morning.
わずかな隙に君が死なないよう目を光らせていたというのもあるが。
I had to keep an eye on you to make sure you didn't search for death in some quiet corner. You don't need to worry, I would never burden someone by killing myself in their house.
迷惑でなくとも思いとどまってほしいのだが。
It would not burden me, though I still hope you will refrain. Ankou looked somewhat unsettled as I sat back down on the bed.
目が覚めたところで改めて私が持ちかけた契約について説明させてもらおう。
Now that you are awake, let me tell you more about the contract that I am proposing.
君がこの国にはびこるいずれかの死の真相にたどり着けば、君は普通の人間として生きることができる。
If you could uncover the truth behind the deaths that run rampant in this country, you could live as a normal person.
加えて言えば、君の大切な者たちも23の時を超えることが可能になるのだよ。
In addition, the people who are dear to you would be able to live past the age of 23. Isn't there someone else who could fulfill your contract?
ああ、魂の同胞たる君でなければ。
If it's not you, my kindred soul. Someone like me couldn't possibly fulfill such a serious contract. I wanted to somehow find a way for him to entrust someone else with a contract. Perhaps perceiving those thoughts, Ankou decided to change the subject.
そうだ、一つ朗報だ。あの仮面をつけた青年のことは心配いらないよ。
That's right, I have news for you. You need not worry about the young man with the mask over his face. Yes. Well, just in case. Hang on. Let's go back. Apparently I'm making bad choices already. Twice in a row. To tell you the truth, I haven't changed my mind about wanting to die. But Arpachel's current situation is giving you a lot of trouble, isn't it? I wanted to somehow find a way for him to entrust someone else with this contract. Perhaps perceiving those thoughts, Ankou decided to change the subject.
そうだ、彼の魂が冥界に招かれた記録はない。無事に息を吹き返しているはずだ。
The man with the mask. I have no record of his soul entering Hades. That means he is still among the living. Are you sure?
嘘だと思うのなら後で様子を見に行ってみるといい。
If you do not believe me, you're free to see for yourself soon. Thank goodness. Adolph's dear friend was
その前に
saved.
まず君に食事をと言いたいところだが。
Before that, I would first like for you to eat something, however.
私はとあるものを除けば基本的に食事は不要なのでね。人間の食料は置いていないんだ。
There is little that I need to consume for my survival, so I unfortunately do not have any food suitable for humans here. You don't have to worry about me.
そういうわけにもいかないさ。君の肉体はあくまで人間なのだから。
That will not do in the least. You are a human after all. As he was speaking, Ankou looked around the cave for something. He had picked up a folded cloak from a nearby shelf.
いささか雑な変装だが、これで君の姿を隠して町へ物資を調達しに行こう。
This will be a rough disguise, but we can conceal your identity in this while we gather essential supplies in
食料
town.
以外にも必要なものがあるだろうからね。
Apart from food, there are other items we will need, correct? Okay.
何をそんなに驚いているのかな
Why are you so surprised? No, it's just that. Aren't you worried that I'll run off or try to call for help once we're outside?
姫君はこの鳥かごに閉じ込めてほしいのかな
Dear princess, would you rather I lock you up instead? Huh? Not at all.
冗談だよ。以前ならいざ知らず。今の私は君の心身の安全を最優先としている。
I'm only joking. It may have been a different matter before, but your physical and mental safety are all my top priority.
肉体だけを強引に生かしたところで意味はない。
There would be no point in forcing you to do
契
anything.
約を確実に果たしてもらうためにも。ね。
It also would help you securely fulfill the contract, right? I see. Suggesting that as an example meant I didn't have any other place to go. I also needed to make sure Ankou's claims were true and inform someone of them. For the time being, it seemed that I couldn't choose death. My heart wasn't at peace because my death had moved away from my grasp. I chose to cooperate with him as a path to my ultimate death.
毎度あり。
Thank you for your patronage. I brought all the things that Ankou and I needed. If he ever had to go outside, he would need to set of clothes, so I purchased some materials for that. The black coat stood out, causing people to eye me suspiciously, but having the hood pulled over my head kept them from discovering who I was.
問題なく買えたかな
Did you have any issues buying everything? No, everything went well. I think this should last us a few days. I returned to the alley we had taken to get here and met with Ankou, who was waiting for
では
me.
これで君の当面の生活は保証された。人間たちに気づかれる前に戻るとしよう。
Well, then this should secure your current life now. Let us head back before any humans notice us.
どこにいる
Damn it, where did you run off to, Leah? That
姫
voice.
君こちらへ。
Dear princess, this way. Ankou pulled me into the shadows of the alley as I unconsciously reacted to the voice. Standing on the road that led to the sunlit marché, seemingly was Adolphe. He probably hadn't slept at all and was clearly fatigued. He was desperately surveying his surroundings in search of me. His little sister who quietly vanished after that incident. There was no mistaking it. If he was desperately searching for me, I should call out to him and apologize for making him worry. I should go back to the orphanage where Mother was awaiting my return. I knew I should. But if I went back, I would lose the courage to die due to my affection for Adolphe and the others. That worry stopped me from acting.
Adolphe!
Me My wavering thoughts were drowned out by a loud voice. The one who called and stopped Adolphe was a young man who appeared in front of him. Is that Hugo? He's like, It was the person who came with Eves to investigate the incident in the alley. He was wearing a corpse uniform as well, and Adolphe stopped to talk to him.
ジョーちゃんは見つかったか？こっちでも自警団の奴らと協力して探してはいるんだけどよ。
Did you find Leah? I've been working with the rest of the corps to search for her, but...
手がかり一つ見つかってね。
I haven't found her yet.
そうか。
I see. Hugo patted Adolphe on the shoulders encouragingly.
連続する事件の調査もあるし、俺ら自警団だけの捜索じゃどうにもならねえかもな。
Given the investigations into the ongoing incidents, if we're the only ones searching, we might not be able to find her.
イブも心配して調査と捜索を両立してんだが。
Eves is worried too, and he's been working on both her search and the investigation. Eves really is alive, what a relief, but... ongoing incidents. They had to be talking about the murder that I encountered in the alley. It wasn't an isolated incident. Ankou's claims were starting to feel more credible. If what he said was to be trusted, the number of victims would increase regardless of whether or not I was alive.
任せっぱなしにして悪い。リーダーが聞いて呆れるな。
I'm sorry to leave everything to you, some leader I am.
謝るなよ。俺だって実家の妹たちが姿を消したら何もかも放り出して探し出すわ。
Don't apologize. If it was either of my sisters who vanished, I'd drop everything and search for them too.
ただ、このまま事件が続くようなら、捜索に避ける人員は少なくなる。
But if these incidents continue, the number of people we can allocate to the search will decrease.
わかってる。被害者を減らすことが自警団の仕事だからな。
I understand. The corpse has a responsibility to reduce the number of victims.
別行動させてもらえるだけありがたい。今後何かあれば通信機に連絡してくれ。
Thanks for letting me go off on my own. If anything comes up, call me on the transmitter. Hugo nodded calmly,
わかっ
but
た。けどよ。
got it. But
Adolf.
Adolphe.
彼女を見つけたとして、その後はどうするつもりなんだ？
If you do find her, what are you gonna do after that?
まさか安全な場所にずっと閉じ込めて守るとか言わねえだろうな。
Don't tell me you plan on locking her up somewhere safe to protect her. Hugo's expression was uncertain as he questions Adolphe about what he was going to do after he found me.
事件が続く以上、住民からの矛先が向けられるあいつは厳重に保護する必要がある。
Considering the ongoing incident and the citizens will shift all their blame onto her, she'll need to be under strict protection. His response confirmed Hugo's thinking. The next moment, Ankou, who was also watching the scene, raised an eyebrow. His self-righteousness knows no bounds. Ankou? For some reason, his eyes were filled with a clear hatred towards Adolphe. The two continued their conversation without noticing his gaze on them.
お前の言い分も一理ある。けど、連中からの悪意がなくなるまで、ずっとあの子を閉じ込めるつもりか？
I understand what you're saying, but are you planning on locking her up until everyone decides to mind their own business?
いや、それ以前の問題か。俺も、お前が当たり前の道を選ぶなら、余計な口出しするつもりはねえが。
That's not even the worst of it. I'm not trying to nag you about your life choices or anything, but... Hugo spoke as if he was going to follow with something Adolphe didn't want to hear.
アドルフ、
Adolphe.
リライバーになる気、ねえんだろ。
You're not planning on becoming a reliver, are you?
長生きしたとしても、寿命まであと2年。死んだらその後、彼女をどうするつもりだ？シスターに丸ごと放り投げんのか？
You've got maybe 2 years left to live at best. What happens when you die? Are you going to toss her back at the sister?
それは...
Huh? My vision went dark. What? I never heard him say that. It was so normal in this country that I didn't even think to ask him. Adolf isn't going to be a reliver, which meant he doesn't want to extend his life. He only is going to live for another 2 years.
リライバーの是非についてここで問答するつもりはねえよ。生き方なんてそれぞれ自由に決めることだしな。
I'm not going to preach about what's right or wrong with relivers since it's your life.
けどな、自分が死ぬって分かってんのに、年頃の女を勝手に預かって大事に閉じ込めて、はい終わりってのは適当すぎる。
Irresponsible to keep her isolated and call it a day when you know you're gonna die soon.
せめて他に自分が死んだ後に彼女を託せるつてを作っとけよ。
If you're set on dying, you should make sure she's got the means of surviving after you're gone. Adolf groans, suddenly hit with the truth.
行こう、姫君。今はあの男と顔を合わせられないだろう。
Let us go, dear princess. You probably cannot face that man right now, can you? As I was overcome with guilt at the sight of Adolf suffering because of me, Ankou pulled me gently by the hand. I couldn't think straight after hearing that shocking truth. You're right. Since he pulled my hand not to run away, but to instead help calm my mind, I was able to leave the scene without completely breaking down. As soon as we returned to the cave, I began to eat, but I left most of my meal untouched, and before I knew it, the sun had set. Adolf won't become a reliver. I ruminated on what Hugo had discussed with Adolf. All this time, I never even asked him because it was so normal for people to become relivers. There was a few people in this country who refused to do so. Most prominent was a society of exorcists, which the relivers saw the relivers as demons that went against the rule of nature. There were others who accepted the idea of death as normal and unblemished humans. As for me, I had planned on refusing because my sinful life was not worth saving, but that said, I was younger in age than Adolf. Unless I killed myself or died from an accident or illness, Adolf would die ahead of me. He would be killed by the curse of death.
そんなにもあの男の死が怖いかい?
Does his death really frighten you so? I could only nod quietly at Ankou's
あの
question.
男は君を守るにふさわしくない大嘘つきだが、
That man is a liar who has no right to protect
そ
you.
んな愚かな男も君の努力次第で生き延びることができるかもしれないよ。
Such a foolish man might survive depending on your efforts.
君が私との契約を果たしてくれさえすれば。
That is to say, if you're able to fulfill the contract I have proposed. But that's what Adolf wants. I don't have the right to.
それは意志ではない。ただの選択だ。
We do not always choose what we want.
生への定年と執念。二つしかない死神に押し付けられた極端にして理不尽な選択肢。
Death has given him two options. One is to give up on life, the other is to cling to
だ
it.
が君が私の手を取ってくれればもう一つ
But if you take my
新たな
hand,
可能性が生まれる。
another possibility may be born. I see. He was referring to the wish that grew when I heard that Adolf didn't intend to become a reliver. Though I knew he was only saying that for his benefit, I couldn't help but be tempted. I couldn't decide right now. I'm sorry, but please give me some time to think about this on my own. So many different things have happened in these 2 days, and I'm very
わか
confused.
った。では私は花園にいよう。結論が出たら私に答えを告げに来てほしい。
I understand. I'll be out in the field when you have reached your decision. I would like you to come tell me.
もっとも君ならば私の手を取ってくれると
Of
信じ
course,
ているが。
I do believe that you will take my hand. I understand. He probably would have wanted to stay and watched me, but he respected my decision and left the cave. All that remained was me and my indecision. I tried to focus on my thoughts as I listened to the sound of the sea that came in. I probably can't come to a decision thinking in such confined space. I think I'll go outside for now. Since this place is so close to the sea, there's no way I'll run into anyone. Except for Shane. Maybe. Or, Jean. I walked away from the fields of flowers and found myself near the lonely shoreline. A cool sea breeze blew in front of the ocean outside, caressing my cheeks. Taking that as a sign, I confronted all my emotions. What I truly want is for Adolphe to live, but if I'm still against the idea that my sinful life needs to be a part of his salvation, I felt disgusted by my own tragic thoughts that I couldn't lie to myself. If I wished that only Adolphe and the others lived while I died, how would Ankou feel about that? Would he be angry or shocked? Still, as my mind continued to go around and around in circles, before I knew it, the sun had set and the sky was turning a deep blue. What should I do? Ankou is waiting. At this rate, I won't have an answer to give him. As I hesitated, dear princess, a dark shadow rushed towards me from the Lycoris field. Is that... Oh, you are alive. Seeing how out of breath he was, he must have been looking very worried. I'm glad you're alive. I thought you were planning on doing something foolish again. He gripped both my shoulders as his head drooped down and let out a deep sigh. He seemed to have lost his composure in a similar way to last night. Alright, let's see. Gotta guess. Did you think I was dead? Nah. Did you think I would drown myself in the sea? Ankou, after catching his breath, let go of my shoulders. I told you that I would be troubled if you were to die before fulfilling my contract. As it so happens, I misunderstood the situation. Is that really true? Before I knew it, I had voiced my doubts. I regretted saying anything, but it was too late to take it back. The only option I had was to tell him why I said those words. I heard you when I was sweeping. And you don't say the things you mean. Don't tell me you were worried. Worried that perhaps I had thrown myself in the ocean and drowned. Ankou, after catching his breath, let go of my shoulders. The only option I had was to tell him why I said those words. I mean, seeing how desperate you ran over to me, you looked very emotional. And it didn't seem like you were thinking about the details about the contract at all. That's... At my question, Ankou's body stiffened. When I saw his reaction, that's right. I knew the reason why I had been so hesitant. If it had been the me from last night, just as Ankou had imagined, I would have certainly drowned myself in the ocean. But the reason I didn't do that was because I made a promise to Ankou. It felt somehow different to die without telling this person. As the waves stretched across the sand towards us, I looked up at my partner from Hades. I took a deep breath. To tell you the truth, my answer hasn't changed. I can't bring myself to continue living with a sinful soul. If there is a way to save Ankou, Adolphe, and the others, that's what I want to do. I told him how I really felt. But strangely, even if I wish to die, I don't think I should. What do you mean? I wish to protect the lives of people dear to me, like Adolphe and Mother, but just as strongly as that wish, Ankou, I want to know why you looked at me the way you did just now. I want to understand your feelings. I don't want to die without knowing. For some reason, I felt like he hadn't smiled in such a long time. I can't give you an answer yet, but whether I live or die, I want to learn more about you. I looked up at his shocked expression. If he really meant what you would, meant that you, oh gosh. If he really meant that you would look for a reason for me to accept your contract, couldn't you please watch over me as I try to overcome my indecisiveness, Watchman of Death? I know that under your guidance, I'll be able to give you my answer someday. Dear Princess, I was able to speak much more directly now that than I could last night. My words were able to reach Ankou without interruption. After slowly reflecting on the thoughts that I shared with him,
まさかこんな形で君の運命を変えることになるとは思わなかった。
I would not have guessed that that was the way that you were going to change your fate.
だがそれが姫君の望みならば万人は付き従うまで
If that is what my princess wishes, then I will comply.
望むがままに進むといい姫君。私は常にそばで君の小さな旅を見守っている。
Do as you wish, dear princess. I will always be beside you, watching over you on this adventure. Ankou then gave me a mysterious smile.
私は意地の悪い冥界の住人だからね。君が求める答えを素直に教えてあげることはできない。
Do remember, I'm a mean-spirited denizen of Hades, and I will not give you the answer that you may seek.
私の感情を知りたければ、その手で暴いてみせるといい。
If you wish to learn about my emotions, you must try to uncover them on your own. For yourself, I can speak. He gave another bewitching smile and put his index finger on my lips. That mysterious gesture now seemed a little mischievous. I'll do my best. I don't know how long it will take me, but I look forward to all your help, Watchman of Death.
姫君、私のことはアンクーと。
Dear princess, you may always call me Ankou.
ようやく会えた同胞に他人行儀で呼ばれるのは寂しくてたまらない。
I feel unbearably lonely at the thought of finally meeting a kindred soul only to be addressed as a complete stranger. Oh, I understand. I looked him straight in the eye with a new resolve. Ankou? When I spoke his name.
何かな？私の姫君。
What is it, my dear princess? I could see the happiness in his eyes. Stop calling me princess. I continued to walk aimlessly along the shore with Ankou as the sun set over Arpachel. I need to write a letter to Adolphe and the others tomorrow telling them I'm safe. No matter what I decided, the delay in answering could take days or weeks. I wouldn't let myself cause them all to worry about me I couldn't let myself cause them all to worry about me during that time.
私としてはあの未熟者に教えてやる必要はないと思うのだが。
If you ask me, I would say that there is no reason to inform that immature brat of your whereabouts. When you say immature brat, are you talking about Adolphe?
他に誰がいると言うんだい。
Who else could it be? I think it would be difficult to describe Adolphe in those words. I responded to Ankou, and just as I was about to take my next step, what? A terrifying sound shook our eardrums.
何の音だ？
What was that sound? It sounded like an animal's
なら
growl.
ば放っておいた方がいい。獰猛な獣だったら襲われる可能性もある。
If so, we had better not get close. A savage animal could easily attack us. That was true, but shouldn't we at least take a look to see for ourselves?
君が望むのならば私は反対しないが、何か気になることでも？
If you wish to take a look, I would not oppose it, but is there any particular reason? Yes, you could say that. I'm curious. Oh, not Otto. It sounds a little bit too loud to be the growl of an animal. How many animals have you heard growl? Ankou and I started making our way towards the source of the sound, but the area was dark and we could barely see a few steps ahead of us. Is this going to be Lucas dying? Huh? Dressed up as Barreau. Perhaps it was just my imagination, but the moment I strained my eyes to see, we heard the terrifying sound again coming from the same area. Looking closely, something had collapsed on the rocks where the waves were crashing. Is that impossible? A person? Once we realized it was a person, we hurried over before their body could be washed away by the waves. As we got closer, we found that she was a woman. Though her heavy clothes were soaked, Ankou and I worked together to move her to a safer place. Are you okay? Oh, wait. I just remembered. We haven't seen that girl in a while, the super girl. As I desperately shook her body to see if she were alive or not.
なんだ人が気持ちよく眠ってる時に
Like
金ならもうないぞ
Yeah, it's in the middle of a nice nap. Is it money you want? You're out of luck. The woman muttered some words that made her sound as though she was sleep talking.
強い酒の匂いがするね。
She smells strongly of alcohol. Could it be that she got drunk and walked into the ocean? She began getting up slowly.
妙に寒いと思ったらこんなところで寝てたのか
I thought the cold was strange. I knocked out in a place like this, huh?
黒いリコリスということはここは噂のあれか
Black Lycoris? So this means this is the place from the rumors? She had tan skin and almond-shaped eyes. She was beautiful, but more than that, I couldn't help but be captivated by the strong aura of her presence.
Huh?
When she noticed Ankou and me.
おおアルペシエル国民発見
Hey, I found some Arpachel citizens.
聞きたいことがあるんだがこの国でも特にうまい酒が飲める場所を知らないか
I got something I want to ask you. You wouldn't know any good place to get a drink around here, would you?
あとは観光地とか景色が綺麗だとなおいいな
Also, know any good sightseeing spots? The more beautiful, the better. Her face was flushed red, and she asked us questions in quick succession with a slurred tone. Huh?
何?
What? Ankou and I looked at each other at the same time upon hearing her words. Sightseeing spots? It was odd. We had never heard of such a thing before. Wait a minute. Ankou seemed to realize something and carefully asked.
起き抜けにすまないのだが。
I understand you just woke up, but...
どこからどういう経緯でこの海辺に来たのか。
Could you tell us how you came here? And from where? She gave us her reply.
あそんなの
Well...
アルペシエルの外の国から流れてきたに決まってるだろ
From outside Arpachel? Isn't it obvious that I washed in from another country? Yeah, but like how? There's no way. We were in complete shock as hearing how nonchalantly she answered our question. Girl. Girl, what? Alright, well, it is officially going to be the time we pause. We got through chapter 1. Oh, wait, well, let me save. No, it won't. We're going to get through this part and then we're going to save. I like the color blue. The vast open ocean, the sky that shines down on every land.
自由を象徴するその色がたまらなく羨ましいのだと。
I'm so incredibly envious of this color that symbolizes freedom.
だからこそ、その幸せのかけらを
The way I hope to give even a fragment of this joy. That's why I hope to give even a fragment of this joy.
残していくこの子たちに少しでも分けてから死にたい。
To the children left in this world before I die. Huh. All right, excellent. We're going to save here because it's technically longer than I planned on streaming. Planned on streaming about 3 hours, but it's almost 6 now. We have some things we're doing tonight from my understanding. Could cancel it. Who knows? But I will be back tomorrow. I will be streaming the rest of Ankou Story, which is the whole reason why I wanted to get through all of the side story today. So we got a pretty good chunk of... I actually have no idea. I can't actually say we got a good chunk. We got about over an hour. Let's see. We start... Yeah, we've got... Oh, I played his story for 2 hours without even realizing time was going by. All right. Well, anyways, we got a nice chunk of his story done. So we're on our way. So I'm planning on finishing it tomorrow. That way I can start PO40 and finish him the Smile and Bloom. So thank you guys for being here. If you were watching this on YouTube, remember you can check me out on Twitch. I stream about 3 times a week. It's about 2 times right now, but we're getting back there. And if you're here on Twitch and you want to remember the fun we had, you can visit YouTube where I upload all the VODs. Thank you, Laurel. Thank you, Ribbon. Thank you, Yoon. Thank you, Prim, for coming in and saying hi for a second. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I hope you guys have a lovely rest of your day. Bye!